Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for August 18th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork, and along with each and every other participant or attendee here. As we know, this is a roundtable discussion. All the souls are equal. And as we heard in this workshop, we still have quite a ways to go in our understanding this knowledge, but we'll be able to use it. We'll be able to apply it to ourselves. And I think that's the biggest point Mr. Keshe is making. It's all about you and controlling yourself and changing your behavior and moving into a new dimension. He talked about us, again, being able to detach from the killing and the destruction we're involved in. And it's not only other people, as I always thought it was, it's the other people, which we refer to as vertical or horizontal people, and the rest. So we're moving into this dimension, and one of the ways we can move away is to create that soul of Mitra, the child of Mitra, but it's for all of us to discover it. And we can learn from it. And that's an amazing point in and of itself, that we can create a child that's more perfect than us, and even learn to copy the work of the child in so many ways. And that's what I was doing in the transmutation session, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So there's a lot to cover. This was a 3.5-hour workshop. And of course, we're just going to basically skim the surface. I'm sure Mr. Keshe raised 100 different points and then probably another 100 subcategories. So we're just going to cover what we can. But the new YouTube channel will be a part of this. Of course, the store with some new products. We're going to continue to create this dome of peace and invite you all to share your souls with the others every day. And of course, we'll hear from Alex and another selected teaching from Alex, which we're all proud and honored to have him here with us. So, of course, we always keep the floor open if anyone would like to say anything or like that. So keep that in mind during the program. But normally we start with the World Peace Treaty, which is where we'll start today. In a way, we're just reaffirming or confirming this new understanding, this new science, this new ethos, and this new language we're all working with. And of course, reading the books, you're going to come across a lot of this new language. I remember when I first read the books, they were just, I was reading many words, didn't know exactly what they meant or what was being referred to. But this is our World Peace Treaty. And of course, you can find this on the Keshe Foundation website. You can download it, you can share it. But most of all, it's between you and your soul. We can't really control other people so much as we think we can. And it's about you discovering and creating a peace within you, a peace within your community or where you work, and then a peace across this planet. but I think it all starts with us. So again, it's all about you and your understanding and where you'd like to go with this knowledge. And no one is wrong and no one is 100% right. As he said in this workshop, we haven't even understood or contemplated 1 billionth of what this knowledge means, or even what the GANs is all about and the rest of this. So maybe that's why we don't see a lot of progress among the knowledge seekers, but teams in the back have. So this is our World Peace Treaty. Very important. Mr. Keshe is stressing again about suiciding yourself or even suiciding others in the last workshop. And he continued on that theme about how when we taste that first meat and the rest of this, we become quite aggressive and think it's our right to take others' energies to sustain ourselves. But we're learning a new way to absorb more. And this, of course, is the ethos of the universe, absorbing more energies without destroying, without killing. And he said in the last workshop, these are the two commandments. Thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. And of course, stealing as we think of matter state, but stealing someone energy, someone else's energy to sustain our own is not appropriate. I know Alex talks a lot about loosh harvesting and harvesting these energies from others in so many ways. I think positively, on the positive side, it's good, but on the negative side, we don't want to destroy other creatures to sustain ourselves. And this is an important factor. And as he said in the last workshop, we're releasing souls that aren't mature, souls that are half baked, and who knows what will happen to them when they haven't reached their proper point to release them. It's almost like fish in an estuary or some other places. They don't go out into the ocean until they've been fully matured. Otherwise, they'll suffer abuse. I mean, they could suffer abuse anyway, but when you're immature and inexperienced and half-baked, you'll probably run into more problems or be co-opted by some other entity or some other civilization that maybe you don't want to be in. So this is the World Peace Treaty. Again, it's between you and your soul. Nothing has to be signed in the matter state. You can just sign it with the pen of your soul. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? You'll be hearing a lot of my voice today. Maybe not, but...
You can read.
Oh, hello. Is
Hi.
it clear enough for you to see and read?
Yes.
Okay, great.
World Peace Treaty. We as citizens of the earth from this moment on accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. And we shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, whichever we choose, with our soul, probably is the best. That's it.
Right, it's simply your name, your signature, your date, position. If you're going to fill it out in the matter state, I think anybody going into the Keshe Foundation would have to supply them a copy of this, that you've actually signed it. And then, of course, have it witnessed. Simple name and signature and date. Yes. Would you
And
like
after
to read the
signing this-
closing? Yes.
After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and to mankind and other created beauties of the Creator.
And you can see at this point in time and what we see across the headlines and other places, this is sorely needed. And this is Mr. Keshe's offer to the world governments. Advanced space technology for you to pledge your nation to peace. And I'm sure we're going to see this manifest itself, because the Universal Council's wishes are sacrosanct in so many ways. And of course, it's through our wish that we are establishing peace. We're working through this energy dimension which many, including myself, have thought we really need to get our hands dirty and to get out into the streets and protest and carry placards or make phone calls, but it doesn't work that way. The system in the matter state is rigged, but we know we have that mother connection through the souls, through the soul of the creator, to reach the others, to elevate them. And we'll get into more of this in the world peace, in other words, creating the dome of peace later on in the program, which you can all participate in every day or 24 hours a day if you'd like. And why would he say 24 hours? Don't just do it once a week. He was saying do it all the time. Does that mean we can multitask? Meaning, depending if you're working or if you're cooking dinner or other things, you can still elevate others in a way. And I've been doing that, and I've been doing that in some of the meetings where I just look at the list and take 1 second and elevate everyone's soul. So if we did that with each other, which I think should be a regular practice, we will get more on the same page and in a way unite each other's souls. But we know we're already connected, but I just think it's good to elevate the others. And if we have 14 people here, that means each one will be elevated by 13 other people. And you can do it as a collective or individual. I think this is a nice little practice. We don't have to talk about it. We just do it. But this is also extends to world leaders, religious leaders, and those who think they're running this place, which again, it's not the actual truth about the matter, as this peace has already been determined to happen here by the Universal Communities Universal Council. And it's up and it's step by step. Every day it's getting closer. But again, it's mostly finding peace within yourself. This is the bigger struggle, and the smaller struggle would be the community and so on. But the main thing, and you can display this certificate, but also you can demonstrate it just through your words and your actions and your emotions. And we know how that works, that others will sort of pick up on that. They can feel fields, even though they may deny it. But this is our World Peace Treaty. This is what the world leaders will sign when the time comes, when they're ready. But yet, I think we have a little bit more work to do in getting there. As Mr. Keshe has been working with the top level scientists on this planet, as well as top ambassadors and governments and so on, but yet they're not ready to accept the technology. And that's why the new YouTube channel is going to be instrumental in this process, as I understand it. Maybe we should go to the Keshe Foundation store. Anyone like to say anything? I see a couple of mics open. Please. Anything else you'd like to add to this? Have you been becoming more peaceful? Have you looked at peace in a different way? If you'd like to share anything.
That the new products and everybody else, or should we do that first? And you know what it did for me? It was a watershed of flushing out fears that I have. So now I know some things that I need to address. Like, I don't want another child. It's just, I'm.
Oh, the new products. Okay.
Yeah, you haven't checked that yet?
Yes, yes. That's what I was kind of hinting at. I said things are popping up all over the place in the Keshe Foundation.
Right. 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 But I remember back, well, I had my tube side, so I to not have any more children, because it brings up all the needs that we have that actually we will address. Like, do we have enough money to have more children? They consume so much money to bring them up. Do I want to deal with all the school politics of raising a child responsibly, or all the required health things that are, so questionable these days? Do I want to deal with that kind of stuff if I have another child and I'm already in my 70s. You know, I have these preconceived notions of what that means. You know, so it really flushed out a lot of issues that I have that I wasn't even aware of.
Well, he did say to take precaution, even if you're up in years. Let's say you don't want to be a grandma and a mama simultaneously.
I really was glad after I went through menopause, I didn't have to deal with all that stuff anymore. You know,
Question to you. So
Huh?
if you're given a choice to have this child of the soul, wouldn't you take it?
I didn't understand you.
I say, if you're given a choice to have this child of the soul, we understand that's the
You know, that's all
soul child.
different. But I have all these old fears that are still sitting in there that I wasn't aware of because I'm no longer of childbearing age, you know, so conventionally childbearing age. So
I think child of the soul is gonna be perfect. I mean, all those fears will not be there because you'll be loved by everyone according to
no,
what
I know, but at first I thought, man, that's not really what I want. But then knowing what we know and learning what we're learning, it's very, very important. And so that's what I mean. I have a lot of learning topics now that came out that I need to think about and yeah, right. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, we'll
Okay.
get to that. We'll get to these new products in a moment, but I thought we'd start out with the conference, which is coming up here in Iran in November, and where Mr. Keshe says he will open a briefcase and you will see a UFO materialize before your eyes and some other amazing technologies. And this conference is being offered at 7,500 euro. Everyone's going to meet in Vienna and then they'll proceed. But it seems like things are a bit iffy, as Mr. Keshe said, and maybe we should just go there. I think it's at about 3 hours and 28 minutes, where he gave a little bit of explanation for those who are going to be potentially attending this conference. I know there was an assassination of a president in the country, and the new one's been inaugurated, or he hasn't quite. It's been elected, but not inaugurated. So there are a few things that could possibly happen. Hopefully, peace breaks out, is what we want to see, and the conference continues. But let's go to about 3 hours and 28 minutes, and this is where Mr. Keshe, let me bring up our transcript, which again, thank all those who've worked on these transcripts. It makes it easier for everyone. And what did I say? 328. Let's move over to there. And Mr. Keshe will talk a little bit more about this this conference that's coming up. And they're handling everything, as I understand it, in the background. It's just a matter of, you know, with the change of leadership and others coming into position, what was okayed perhaps is in a way in limbo at the moment. We're going to go to 328, and I wanted to start it here only because he mentioned knowledge seekers in Ukraine. And he mentioned this for a couple of minutes, and then he'll go into the conference. So let's listen to this little part about Ukraine, and then he'll describe more of what's happening in the background and what's being facilitated and what needs to be confirmed.
Ukraine, I have successfully made about 20 reactors. I have also successfully used them for health and as fertilizer. That's the message. Yeah, so that's a nice inside job. Spreading peace in Ukraine in one reactor at a time.
Ukrainian knowledge seekers are used to be very active, but in this turmoil, you don't know what they do and what they are, how safe they are. Keshe Foundation has a very strong base in Russian Space Agency, many of the scientists were aware and work and done a lot of research around the Keshe Foundation technology. The Ukrainian used to be in a different way. They used to work in American knowledge seekers.
Okay, so again, NASA has been aware of Mr. Keshe since I think the late 1980s. Russia has worked on it. I'm sure the Brazil top space agency, one of the leading ones in the world, has become familiar in the background. So has in India, probably Japan, and certainly China. So most of the space agencies are aware of this new space technology, which again is not burning anything, is not in the matter state, although it can be with the UFOs and the others, but it's mostly in the energy dimension. Again, man exists and operates within the universe, and the universe exists and operates within the man. And this is what we saw in Linz, where we saw the man sitting in the UBSOS, the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, but yet he reported himself being on the moon. We saw his arm moving, picking up rocks, but he was there in the dimension of energy. So this is the difference between the matter state space travel and this new type of space travel, which is in the energy dimension or the dimension of the soul, I think. Let's continue.
Okay, one last question here, perhaps from Nikolai, who's asking if there's any new information from the Keshe Foundation about the Vienna to Iran journey that the Canadians and Americans need to sort out.
We will inform those of you who are registered to come. We will inform you. It's something you got to understand. Everything for us was black and white. We were going ahead. The president died, and then they had the elections. There's no certainty, and then we had this stupid situation in Iran by the killing of the what they call the Palestinian guy, and they just brought accumulation of delays and delays, and nobody wants to take position. The president doesn't come into actual power till September, and we cannot do it till we have a full cover instruction and in writing. And what we can do, there's one of the biggest problem for us is to be able to retrieve or bring back our material with us out of Iran. We have two part of the technology presentation. One is for you lot and public, and one is for Iran officials. We maybe spend 5 days with you. We spend about 2-3 weeks with them, and we have representative of governments will be invited and the rest. And there's a lot of things to be done, and we are still waiting. The Americans, we asked for the restriction to be lifted. The Americans can come into the conference, and the country or the government has a restriction on it. But we're trying to do a lot of other things. We have to receive the authorization from the Iranian officials with this 2-3 elections and what I call murders and whatever, everything is delayed. The minute we receive it, it's their job. They have to issue documents that we can start getting foreigners into Iran and then announce the conference in Iran. And then you have to understand the conference will be a lot of scientists and others are invited from different universities and structures. It's not as easy as China was a tough, but this is much tougher. But it's, I think by Monday, Tuesday, or early next week, we're getting some resolution to part of it, as the president has to appoint people, and then we see what we come up with. As I said last week, we made our point clear, and the government and the authorities understand our point. And as we've seen up to now, there's been no changes, and we don't expect changes at this moment of time, unless rogue elements in the structure do something. But what was asked for by the Iranian leadership has been a step down now, and we'll see who people save faces somewhere, and then the conference will go ahead with the rest. Just be patient. The minute it comes, it takes a couple of weeks. We do everything in the background. You don't need to do anything. All you do, you get a time where to go, to which embassy, what time, everything will be done for you. And then you carry on with the normal procedure. Any other question, or shall we call it a day?
Okay, so that's the latest from 3 days ago from Mr. Keshe. So it looks like they want to move ahead. They will move ahead, as Mr. Keshe is fond of saying of himself. He gets what he wants. If things change or it's pushed back, or it's held at another location, or hopefully it's held there. This is my wish. This is what's been planned. But even he said he's concerned about even removing the materials that they bring into this conference from Iran. So we'll have to see how this all shakes out, but it will happen at its designated time or at another time, if it's in another location, or maybe go to Washington first and then back to Iran and then Russia. This is the tour, in a way, that's going on and showing the technology. But this is directly from Mr. Keshe. I couldn't have explained it better. Any questions about this?
I just like the fact that Mr. Keshe is just his force. And these people, they have advisors, so they know the importance of Mr. Keshe, regardless. So that gives me confidence that he gets what he wants.
He always does. This is what his mother has told him. I remember another little phrase there: the creator never loses. So even if it's delayed or some other monkey wrench is thrown into the works to gum things up, it'll still, something even more beautiful will happen. And this is what we saw in London, where a lot of pressure was put on a lot of countries' ambassadors not to attend. But this opened up a whole new channel, Mr. Keshe said, for him to reach directly to ambassadors and other things. So even what looked like was a shortcoming actually turned into a positive. And this is the way the Keshe Foundation has been working. Thinking things are going to get jammed up, it only brings the knowledge in a deeper and wider way, to me, is what I'm seeing in the position I'm in right now, which again is not knowing an awful lot about everything. And most of the advanced technology, as he said, what we show you in public is the dinosaur end of the technology. So it's quite advanced. I think this is the most advanced technology that's ever been on this planet. And it's going to be demonstrated in Washington. He's talking about doing the transmutation here as well, but with the spaceship. In other words, this spaceship, he said, will have no doors. To enter it, you're going to have to transmute inside it. And I'm sure there'll be systems there to assist. So that's the update, in a way, on the Iranian conference. Let's go back to the store if we can. And what's next? mentioned new products, and I know there's the Twinity GANs, what's called Twinity GANs, but this is the newest products. These were the ones released just a few weeks ago, which is the heat GANs, and then there's the again, this is the pause GANs here. I thought there were 3 of these in a way. Okay, here it is, the Twinity cycle GANs. These are for women experiencing pain in the menstrual cycle. Again, these are all test products as I understand it, and they are a single-use product. These are not to be shared with others, as the they seem to adapt to one body structure and one brain. So if you're sharing it with others, then you could be cross-contaminating in a way. So this is the Twinity Cycle GANs, very inexpensive overall compared to many things in the store. And the other two were the heat ones. Again, I think this was for migraines and other things. And this was the third one here was the sight GANs, which apparently you wash the front and the back of your head with this, but we look at it as sight, but again, this may be sight within the eye of the soul of the man rather than in the matter state. And he said these products would be used for in the transmutation process as well. So they may have some on hand, or you may be able to prepare yourself in a way for these things. I know one of the things I've been doing lately, besides taking a few drops of salty CH3, is to use the Cup of Man 1 and the Cup of Man 2, which you can spray as much as you like on your feet and as much as you like of cup number 1 on your head. And this creates some sort of field, and hopefully it's increasing my ability to absorb fields. I'm not exactly sure, but one was for the physicality and one was for the emotions. So these three products were offered a few weeks ago. And as I said, we're going to order these. I haven't ordered them yet, but if anyone knows somebody who would need a cycle GANs, we will offer that to them. And they're agreeing to test it and write a simple report of what they noticed in their life. And this probably would be somebody who has a hard time going through this period of the month, as they say. So we're going to have these. So keep your eyes and ears open. We're only going to ship it within the United States. So that's the way we'll proceed with these two products. I'm going to try the sight GANs myself, but we'll have them on hand. Now, the new ones are the Twinity flagpole GANs. I think that's self-describing. In other words, this replaces the Viagra and other sort of things that apparently causes a lot of people could cause some issues with eyes or extended periods of erection or something like that, which can be painful. This is for men. The price is €1,000 plus the value added tax. But if you're not damaging, if you're wanting this sort of thing and you like not to damage your structure by taking something that in a way artificially produces that effect, this will be an all natural process, as Mr. Keshe said, in agriculture or any of the ways we use the fields. It's all natural. These are fields from the creator. And of course, he's put it into some sort of, he's calling it a GANs, but even though he called the Twinity GANs a GANs, he said it's a different material, even though it appears to be a GANs. So this is the name. And of course, there's also one for the women as well, which would be the Twinity Pause GANs. And many people go through a lot of, well, women go through a lot, men go through a lot too. Apparently what he said in the teaching is a lot of the struggles that men have is when the woman goes through menopause, and then things don't seem to work the same way as they worked before. But these are, again, I thought we were creating through the souls, but maybe there'll be some creation in the physicality if you don't take precaution. Let's go back to this Twinity flagpole. Reserved for water dispenser. Due to professional development and gain in science and technology of new plasma. I mean, this could be a neutron plasma. I'm not even sure. A mild stepping stone has been achieved in the recent month. In this development, we have managed to be able to understand the process of conditions which create or lead to certain events in the life of a person, being it a man or a woman. Where in male part of life, about or around 10 to 20 years after women, the body reaches the point of failure in making more of the same kind as their own, or what we call children. We call this in life of a woman menopause, and in the life of the man losing their ability to reach the possibility of raising the flagpole of their manhood. In essence, there is no difference in both processes for both genders. In both cases, it is said that the chemical composition of the body is to be blamed for. In fact, these processes of reductions and reproduction, part of the life, have been created and initiated by both sexes over thousands of years due to the fact that human social life and ability to look after the next generation, if they give life to a new birth, would have been impossible or hard to see the newborn through to adulthood with all its needs and demands. I think this was the concern that Erm was raising. Is that what you were saying, Erm? As far as creating children much later in life, that it's quite expensive, and of course, being people that are in retirement, certainly, I think in the United States they're talking about a couple $100,000 to raise a child.
Yes, that was one.
Mhm.
And the other one was my personal energy level to deal with it.
Let's read
Because
on.
I remember at that time was when I became sick and was not able to do many things, and spent years since then getting better to normal.
Okay.
So, and I blame part of it on the exhaustion, lack of sleep, and all this kind of stuff that comes when you have newborn kids.
For sure. And again, if there's any sort of maladies or anything like that, that even complicates it even more for the parents, we know. So, the psychological part of the brain of the human over thousands of years has created that naturally humans cannot produce, or they lose the interest to reproduce in a natural and progressive way. Menopause and men's lack of physical ability to reproduce further offspring has been initiated by psychology of the human in knowing his shortcomings of not being able to look after the new generation of himself or herself if they pass a point in life we call middle or old age. Menopause and not being able to reproduce or having the flagpole of the manhood of the man malfunctioning are all psychological conditions which manifest themselves in physical changes or functions of organs available to humans in old age. This is what we call psychosomatic cycle of life, which has become a natural process of life. In this part of life, one suffers subconsciously from all physical and emotional misbalancing of not reproducing and wanting to be active during these periods of change. This is the reason that men and women go through pain and suffering knowing that they will not be reproductive. This in present time is called effective hormone change, but in fact, it is psychological pain of knowing inside that the body has decided that we cannot be active or reproduce. In understanding this and knowing the processing capabilities of human body, in the new science of plasma, we have separated this and have managed to achieve a breakthrough in processing each section that addresses both physical and psychological conditions of the human dilemma of reproduction in old age. In understanding these problems, Keshe Foundation has developed technology to address these two separately and collectively in the body of the man or woman. To this effect, we are introducing 2 new products for trial to those who would like to test and report back to us the changes they see and how effective these 2 materials have been after testing. For this reason, we offer 2 different materials as a pair set or twin set for men and women to create a process of physical and emotional condition in their body to see how much these can bring some of the psychological condition back to some kind of positive resolution for them. Please note, these are not sexual enhancement materials or increasing libido and cannot be taken as when needed. This trial is to use the material every night before going to bed and in the morning when waking up. One applies on the genital area, the stomach, the lower back, the upper neck, and all around the head at the same time. This process is designed to bring a long-term, whole day, and continuous process of change that can lead to resolution for what one sees as effect of this natural evolution. Those who participate are advised do a testosterone, estrogen, and progesterone blood test before starting and after 90 days to report back to us these blood tests results or any changes in the body or emotion, energy, sex drive, pain and discomfort, mood swings, physical awakening of organs connected with the reproductive area of the body of the participants. We thank you for participating in these trials, and I hope we learn to be able to change the course of suffering and loss of the most beautiful joy of being human, being a human. We call the materials for men Twinity flagpole GANs and for women Twinity pause GANs. We hope the choice of the names brings smiles to your face, as in both one loses his flagpole of confidence and the other puts pause on being able to share the biggest gift to women in loving another being to share the physical body with. In both cases, we wish you a new cycle of joy. Warning, as always said in teachings, with the new gain of joy, do be careful, take all precautions, and do not make mistakes that with the new gift as grandma and grandpa, you become new old age mom and dad. Note, this product is released for testing purposes only. Every purchase is associated with signing a test volunteering waiver. Wow, that's the first time I fully read through it. And I think now we all have a bigger understanding, as Mr. Keshe said in so many places, that emotion is responsible for about 90% of our maladies or our infirmities, even though mainstream science does not see it at all like that. So this is the new Twinity flagpole and the Twinity pause GANs. One's for men, one's for women. It's a trial. You need to sign for it and the rest of this. But it's an all natural way of producing certain energies and emotions, apparently, that have been lost or just in a way put in the background. I think it sounds like these will be brought more to the foreground. Anyone want to comment on this? And I know there's been teachings where you saw the CH3 and the zinc can be used as a type of Viagra. You can find that in some of the archives of the Private Students Foundation. But again, these are official products. Sometimes when we do make things, Mr. Keshe hasn't given us all the details, like the MagRab and the rest of this. There's certain tricks. So these are Keshe Foundation certified products, and I would advise you not to buy some product that's been duplicated or said to be the same thing and the rest. It's the same with the books and other things, not to steal and to move in that direction. I know there's a lot of free copies of the books and the rest on the internet. So those are two of the products. Okay, let's go back to our start page. So we took a look at a few of the new products here, and there's many. If you just scroll down in this store, there's lots of different small products for you to try and test. And as I said, look for anyone who would like to try the cycle GANs, which we'll provide for them free of charge. as long as they agree to write a certain report about what they noticed within themselves and what changed. Okay, what else do we have here? This is, again, this is more of a future. This is one of the first research teams. I think it's the first one is obviously in Austria, but now there's been a setup in Sanya, I think, for the research centers. There'll be one hopefully in Arizona, and we'll see another one in Iran, hopefully. And these will be long-term commitments that people can make if you'd like to take a year sabbatical in a way. Or you can go for 3 years, as I understand it. Each year would be a separate category. And again, the main categories of research within the Keshe Foundation are feeding, energy production, agriculture, wellness, space travel. So you can spend 12 months in one and then switch to another. And all of your knowledge or whatever is gained will become the property of the Keshe Foundation. This offer is 25,000 euro, not much for a space agency, a drop of fuel in the bucket, so to speak. 25,000 plus you'll need to provide your own lodging and food in these sessions. But Mr. Keshe will be, as I understand it, will be stopping into these different research centers or communicating through Zoom and other ways, in a way overseeing some of these projects. But if you're interested in energy production, if you're interested in wellness, you can spend 12 months. And again, he said it's not going to be 9 to 5, it's going to be 24-hour job. So you'll become quite enlightened, and probably there's so many new things, Mr. Keshe hasn't even touched on them, that people will probably be developing or researching in these laboratories, and in probably a conjunction cooperation with others. I always thought when he talked about the Ubisos going into Arizona that that being a part of it would be a research center. I always thought that the people, the scientists, would be transmuting in a way back and forth to different research centers for a half a day or a number of hours to share and meet others. And as Mr. Keshe liked to say, the flag of your nation will be left outside of the facility. This is the one planet, one nation concept. So any national flags, there won't be any distinguishing of nationalities, but just pure work in science as I understand it. Anyone like to comment? And the transmutation test, which has come up just a couple days ago, I was in it. And again, we're adding more. I think I'm going through some sort of cosmic plasmatic adjustment in a way, very slowly, but step by step we're getting there. Interestingly enough, I actually ate more when for the last 2 days. I think I'm back on track again in so many ways. I don't know where that came from, but for me, I joined the session a few minutes late. Even though I tested my Zoom when I went in, it said no. And then I had to try and reset it and re-enter everything. So I didn't hear the initial instructions, but I'd remembered from the reading about creating this child of Mitra, that we could do that you don't need a man or a woman to create life. You can create this within yourself. So I worked on that. I was giving to the system. I did have more energy after the session, as I started a couple of projects that I had been procrastinating for a few months on. So that was a little bit different. And I did see and feel some energies coming through me in different ways, but I thought it was more of a cosmic plasmatic adjustment. And that's what they're doing. And that's what they do in the universal body enhancement system, where they're not really changing anything, but just putting things back into their original position. So I'm quite pleased with what's happening. And again, hopefully we can learn more from this child of Mitra. We'll cover a little bit of that today, that we can create. And it's possible for all of us to do it. As he said, did the creator have a partner? No, he created out of himself, and we can do the same. You don't need a man and a woman to create life. And creating this child you'll nourish it, and you'll also teach it, and you'll learn from this child. And I know this is in the dimension of energy, so you may not be able to see it unless the child wants to take on its own physicality, and who knows what that could be. We leave it up to the soul to decide, or maybe never even take a physicality. So that's the transmutation test. Now, what's been coming up in the last number of weeks is the new YouTube channel on the Keshe Foundation website. Perhaps we can go to, I think it's just after the break, and we can hear about this new YouTube channel. I think it's around just after the break. And let's go here. Let's see, where is our new YouTube channel? I think it's right here. And this is what's going to help the scientists or break this hesitancy highway, I think. And again, we're hoping that people will pick up fast, but it's the habit of the man to change quite slowly, as we've all noticed, and we've all questioned ourselves about this knowledge and understanding. But this is the new YouTube channel. And let's just hear Mr. Keshe speak a bit about this. Let me see where we were going to start this. I'm not exactly sure, but you're all welcome to submit videos, and we'll hear a little bit from Raphael as well. Okay, I'm just going to back it up to about here. I'm not sure if this is the right spot. Let's just see.
Channel, so perhaps we can have a look at that if you like, and
yes,
it's up to your timing, how you'd like to go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The YouTube channel launch is separate on this channel. If you can put the link on the screen, people can pick up on it. This channel is put in strictly and completely about the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, without any other parts. In a way, it's set up and it's done that is no what do you call knowledge seekers question side, or there is an answer to some questions. Try to be very much directly to the point of the knowledge, and it's for part of it you'll see, you already seen, but it's primarily for the new people who are coming in. We have started working on a different international level, and this brings a lot of new people to see what the Keshe Foundation is. And this new Keshe Foundation YouTube is pure teaching, pure knowledge. And the team behind it, people who are helping and supporting, are trying to make it in a way reachable by everyone, easy to translate, easy to work with. And we have started giving this to many people to start coming in to look at whatever it is. And if you're in the X, what used to be Twitter, if you are in different channels and groups, promote this. Let people come to understand the technology. Listening to 3-4 hours of teaching and knowledge seekers is very hard, but 10, 15 minutes, 5 minutes pieces that it brings the knowledge forward very rapidly is much easier, is understandable. People have time for it to do. And it builds up. It's part of the Brazilian education part, it's getting added to it, part of the Keshe Foundation teaching, and it's easy. They're trying to see if we can be easy to translate it to the languages directly. And I hope this makes it easier for knowledge seekers to come in, and the group will change one to the section for the soul, one section for transportation, one section for transportation, that when you come in, you don't get lost. You go directly, I want to know about the salt, I want to know about transportation. And the team will build this up section by section about the physical transportation, the systems and whatever. This takes years to build. It's not going to be tomorrow's job.
Okay, so if it takes years to build, it may take years for the scientific community. Hopefully not. The knowledge has been on the planet for quite some time. But hopefully they'll start seeing and becoming more curious about this knowledge and actually, again, using their kitchen table to show some of these things, or even perhaps taking a few items out of the store and testing for themselves personally. We continue.
And even I have started using it this week by even limited number of what you call videos or whatever, to give to the people to just have a look. If you want, go in there. You don't need to go in 550 sessions. You go in there, what is selected from them is then only going to get added. You can make the things, pieces like what Lisa has made is a good pieces, just parts put in there. We learn part by part, we add to it. And that's what the purpose of it is. Easy, short term, down to the point, understanding, and promote it wherever you are. And you will see the feedback on it. Otherwise, it's a reference point. It does not need to have, it doesn't have any pieces that they're infringing. It's a pure knowledge from us and what we use and the way we are. I hope you enjoy it. And at the same time, this channel will be used for promotion of the flight tests. What we do, when we do different tests, when we do different things, you can, we make you aware of it on this channel. Instead of doing the blueprints and everybody coming and everything else, as we do the tests, as we give data as it comes up, we post here. So we can put it on the, what we call regular alert that anything comes up, you get informed if you like to do it that way. But as you know, we are heavily around the clock, working around the space technology and the transmutation and transportation. And we start putting these things up and adding to it and showing how it is, how it can be done, new systems develop, new technology develop. Now that the Keshe Foundation is going through large clinical trials with the health application, once these trials completed, the data will be released on the Keshe Foundation on this website. Once we go through commercialization of the structure of these, what we call materials, we will use this channel to bring it to the attention that it can be done in other parts of the world. It can be done through the structure, what has been achieved. Because up to now, we always did everything in the Keshe Foundation without giving a structure outside. Now, the emphasis is to give it the structure in outside, that it becomes acceptable by general public. The November flight system in Iran is another part of it. We try to promote it as we go. We try to bring that in, the structure of new systems. It will be done the same way. This becomes a backing for spreading the knowledge and keeping up to date with what is coming. And that's that.
So I had missed that. Maybe some of the things that are going to be shown in Iran will appear on this channel. This is what he's saying here. The November flight system is another part of it. We'll try to promote it as we go. So anyone want to make any comments?
The people who are working hard in the background to put this together. This is what a lot of knowledge has been asking for years. Now we have brought it as in this childhood step, and we all can join in. If you see a section, add the Romanian section to it, add the French section to it, add whatever you want for the languages. But you have developed as a video, it has to be short. It cannot be using music from somewhere and put something else. It has to be directly from the teaching. And it'll be controlled, and it does not need to be all in English. Create your own sections within it, but nothing but direct teaching. And that's what the purpose is. No music from somewhere that it bridges somewhere, infringes somewhere. You cannot do. It has to be within the guideline of the channel, that nobody can object to it, but you teach in different sections: agriculture, health, wellness, sports, or whatever. And I hope you enjoy it. And hopefully it'll bring a new dimension into teaching for the other people to come literally pinpoint into the position, part they want to understand, and go, and hopefully at the end of each video, it tells you from which teaching, which section it has come from. That if you want to listen to most of it, you can go back to that teaching subject, teaching number 250, such a minute is there, so people understand that teaching that time if they want to come more in depth in it. And I hope you enjoy it.
Okay, it's a collective work. You can pass on ideas to Rafael and his team. It'll be overseen by the Brazilian team, as I understand it at this point. So you can work with them, you can contact them. And perhaps we should go and hear what Rafael said about the channel on Friday in the Brazilian teachings. Any questions or comments at this point? Or thoughts? But this is where the scientific community is going to be coming into this, and a lot of the work of the Keshe Foundation will be shown here, or at least aspects of it. As he said with the gas unit, we show you what we do, creating CH4 out of the fields, but we don't tell you how to do it. And this is a dilemma for a lot of people, but I think they're keeping much of this technology within the foundation until the soul of humanity, the soul of the man, becomes more elevated, that it's not subject to abuse or try to be used to harm or become a destructive technology. So this is what's being offered, and let's hear from Rafael. Anyone have any comments? Let me see. Let's see. I think I named this, and I just took it out of the Brazil teaching. We cut a small section out. Pamela actually put it together, but Rafael was reading this just to explain more in English of the new YouTube channel. So let's just hear that for a few minutes. It was at that time in the workshop.
So now we'd like to make this presentation here about the new YouTube channel of Keshe Foundation, that's Keshe Space Plasma Technology. So we were talking here, Pamela was bringing a lot here about the subtitles that I was bringing to attention of all the people here, that we need a lot of knowledge seekers to work on this, on the subtitles. So if you have somebody in your community, so if you yourself would like to make subtitles to put in these videos here, just get in touch with me on Telegram. You can get in touch in our group, Keshe Brazil Knowledge Team, and so we can see how you can send to us a subtitle so we can add on these videos. So for example, in this introduction video here of the new Keshe Foundation YouTube channel, we already have the subtitles in.
So Gail, if you want to share it in Zulu, I think you're fluent in Zulu. Being from South Africa, you can open up a whole new teaching dimension in your area in that language community. Is Gail still here? No, it looks like she's dropped out, but I'll mention that to her, or any of the language communities. You can bring this and use a subtitle edit. And of course, you learn a lot when you're doing these subtitles. I've done a number of workshops, and you're really interacting with the soul of the creator of the workshop. So not only are you doing the, yes,
She most likely dominates Afrikaans more than Zulu, I think.
okay, but she told us she was speaking
she
in
does.
Zulu the other day, and she said that was some phrase in Zulu. So I think she's very familiar with that. But again, it would open up a new dimension for the people in that language community. I know Africa has about 2,500 different languages and dialects, according to Dr. Gatwa in Kenya. So this is just not 250. I said 2,500. So there's a lot of work to do. As Mr. Keshe said, this won't be done in a day. This is not a week job. But I thought Gail may want to. I don't know if she can just speak it or she can write it. But anyway, this is an opportunity for everyone to collaborate, work together, and to bring this in a way to the scientific community. Mr. Keshe has shown many top-level scientists individually or in small groups, but now this is going to be opened up for everybody to say, hey, what's going on here? How come we're not moving this way? I've tested it. It works. I understand a little bit of it. And I think we can develop it further. And it's all about moving away from the killing and the destruction. And this is where, of course, the rub is. That certain structures set up on this planet do not want interference with the flow of their material, be it oil, be it gas, be it food, and the other things. So this is where the Keshe Foundation is having some trouble. And let's continue with Raphael, and then we'll go to one of the videos that we created earlier. This is the door of a church.
Mr. Keshe, I'd like to play the introduction video. It's about 1.5 minutes. That might be a way that people.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong one.
In Portuguese from Brazil, German, and Chinese. So these are the 3 communities that already did the steps. So we have already subtitles in this language. So that's very nice. So if you are from other languages and you like to add, just get in touch with me so we can add more subtitles here on these videos, okay?
Ming, I think, here's Gail. I think you're speaking Taiwanese. That may be an opportunity, even creating one video, and it energizes someone else and they may come in and be able to do some transcribing. So it's not that you have to transcribe every single video, but just get the ball rolling. As Mr. Keshe said so often, we are the Keshe Foundation, and it's not one anymore, it's all of us.
So this was the first call for all of you, and we'd like to show to you how to activate the subtitles. So if you're not native English speakers, and if you want to share with your community also that don't speak English, you can show to them how to activate the subtitles. So once you click in the video here, let's go to the introduction here. You go on the settings here. First, pode ir direto no settings, porque geralmente, Cristiano, essa parte de legenda, se você clica aí direto, depende de pessoa. Por exemplo, eu clico aí, não vai para legenda em português direto, entendeu? Então eu prefiro mostrar direto aí. Isso, que não tem erro. Deixa eu só mostrar desde o início lá. Agora sai daí para poder fingir que você não clicou. Isso, valeu. So I'm going to show here how to select the subtitles here. You go on this engine here, it's the settings. And here you have the option subtitles in English. So you click here where Christian is showing. And then you have the options here. You can see we already have the German, Chinese, and Portuguese language here. You select your language. And once you select your language, the subtitles will be there for you in the video, okay? So we also have this step-by-step here in the description of the videos. Se você for para baixo, Cristiano, na descrição, por favor, do vídeo. Não, na descrição do vídeo mesmo, que eu botei isso. Pode descer mais um pouco, é isso. So here on the description is explaining the step-by-step how to choose the subtitles for this video in your native language. So I say here, just follow the steps. So step 1, as we said here, step 2, as we also mentioned here, step 3, select your language. And also we gave this call here. So we need more language groups to translate and subtitle our videos in your native language. So if you'd like to collaborate by translating and subtitling any of the videos on this channel, please contact me, Rafael Teixeira, the Keshe Foundation representative in Brazil, at the email rafael@keshe.foundation, or through our Telegram group, Keshe Brazil Knowledge Team. Okay. So it's very important so share this with your communities that don't speak English.
So if you have an idea, or you want to collaborate with Raphael, you can contact him on the Keshe Foundation. You may have an idea for a video. Of course, don't overwhelm them. I'm sure they have enough. There's so many workshops, and you can cut out so many pieces. But it's for a pure teaching. And again, you can be proud of the person you are, and proud of the work you do, and proud of the difference you're making by donating some of your time to help with these transcriptions. You're going to open up a new dimensions for so many people that have never even contemplated any of this sort of knowledge.
If you speak English and you are from a community that don't speak English, you are very welcome to help. And also, coming back there to the main page, pode voltar para a página inicial lá, por favor, Cristiano? Aí, obrigado. So here, as you can see, we are dividing this in playlists. So as Mr. Keshe mentioned in yesterday's workshop also, we don't want to clog everything. So we're trying to make it all the playlists very well organized in a way that everybody can find the things in a very easy way. So that's something that we are being very careful with this channel. And also we are trying to make videos that are easy for people to understand, especially the beginners and the newcomers.
So again, if we go to our regular YouTube channel of the Keshe Foundation, let's see. I thought I had it up here. Yeah, I think it's here. You can see there are hundreds of videos on here, from the workshops to the One Planet to some in the past from the Reactor Group. A lot are on Vimeo, which you can find in the archives as well on Vimeo, but this is just too much for newcomers to come in and have to sort of sort out from all these videos. What does all this mean? And the rest of this, what are these teachings all about? So they're trying to simplify the whole process of the Keshe Foundation in understanding in very small appetizer size bites or small sessions, where again, it in a way, it ignites a fire. What did Rick say that someone put in a little word in the chat that said when she listens to the teachings of Mr. Keshe, the sun inside her shines. And this is one of the reasons that I do play a lot of these videos. They're not just videos. He's actually plasmatically teaching through the soul and touching the energies of your soul to make the difference. But this channel was much too cumbersome. There's much too many. As he said, people don't want to listen to 3.5 hours. It's hard of a workshop, or 2 hours of a workshop all at once. So these are the little snippets that we're talking about here. Let me just see. Hopefully we can go back. Yes, let's finish this up. A few more minutes.
Also, here's another call. If you want to participate in this process, you can. Of course, all of you are welcome. If you want to join to sharing a video or an idea of a video, you can share with me also, that we are going to try to work together with your idea or video. Okay, we just be very careful with these videos if you want to make any video, because the copyrights. So in many of the videos that we think that we use sometimes a music, for example, in a video, that it says on the website that's it's free of copyrights. But you need to be very careful with that. You need to read always the small letters, because sometimes in the small letters it says that it's free of copyright and you can use only for private teachings, and you cannot use sometimes in public channels as YouTube. So be very careful with this. So if you want to make a video, try to watch all this and always send to us the link where you got your music, so we can always double check. Okay. Okay.
Dale, I was asking if you're going to transcribe any of this into Zulu, but then I noticed you had left and now you're back. Is that, are you a fluent Zulu speaker and reader, or just a speaker?
No, I'm not fluent. And I would ask someone who is there are a few who are very fluent in English, and it's easy for me to explain to them.
Ah, okay.
So I would ask them to assist for sure.
Yeah, you can take one of these very short ones, 2 or 3 minutes long, and open up a new dimension in Zulu. I know I was saying earlier, Dr. Gatwa told us there's 2,500 languages and dialects in Africa. So to open up to these language communities is going to take a lot of work. This is, as he said, not a short-term project. And of
Well,
course, that
South Africa
applies.
has 11 major languages.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay. So it's an opportunity for all of us to serve and open up dimensions for others in other languages that, again, if it wasn't in their language, they'll probably not hear it. So it's a work in progress, and we can all collaborate with the other language communities because we're all on the same page.
Very well. So this is the main page of the YouTube channel. So I'm going to present here for you. It's our work that in progress. That as Mr. Keshe said, it's a lot of work. So we are going to do this little by little. The idea is to bring more educational videos here on this channel. And this is and also in this channel we have the live broadcast, as Mr. Keshe mentioned. So be aware and try to click on the bell there on the top, so you can receive all the notifications of this channel. So if you go live at any moment, you can receive the notification here as Christian is showing, and you will receive notification that we are live, and you can go in and watch some live broadcasts. Or if you post any video, you will also receive the notification here. Okay. Very well. So let's watch together now the introduction video to the new YouTube channel of Keshe Foundation.
Okay, so again, this is, I remember Mr. Keshe saying a number of years ago they were going to set up a Zoom channel and they were going to go live from time to time, and you can check in. Maybe this is the, in a way, the manifestation of that Zoom channel he had referred to. But it's on YouTube. So we can all participate, we can all give ideas, and we can also especially do the subtitle edit. Even if you just start with one video, it might make, again, this will create a fire in someone that wants to learn more and understand more, and they'll find a way. But it'll be a beautiful opening and serving humanity, and again, also interacting with the soul of the creator of that little snippet, which of course is Mr. Keshe. And I thought it was very nice when I was doing it. I learned quite a bit more. It helped me advance in the understanding of the knowledge for myself. Okay, and maybe we should take a look at that opening introductory video.
People can get a taste of the channel.
Yeah,
Yes, go ahead, please. I have to say,
Introduction to the new.
Sorry, did you say something?
no, you say it's okay. I have to say, this is written, what is read here by me is the introduction to the new science. So it is directly what we feel, what we think, and down to the point that you can enjoy the channel in a beautiful way. Go ahead, please.
Keshe Foundation YouTube channel in 2024. New space era and energy for peace. Energy of plasma. When man discovered atomic and nuclear science, with it came the wars and the threat of annihilation of humans. In this channel, we open new horizons and bring forth not only new theories, but new systems and technologies which have been developed and marketed in the past decade. We go into the inner sanctums of neutrons, protons, and electrons, and we find only magnetic fields, their interactions, and what is created from these interactions. We find the origin of the essence of life, that everything is created from the interaction of fields. We are redefining energy and plasma state as a magnetic field in motion, the energy of peace, becoming a gift to humanity, the source of prosperity of mankind. and independence. The use of fuel and rocket technology has become obsolete. The new age of Keshe space plasma technology uses magnetic fields of matter, not the matter itself, and cosmic rays to create motion, food, water, medicine, and more.
Okay, so hopefully that's given you a very nice taste of the new YouTube channel. It's going to grow by leaps and bounds, and also there's going to be some live sessions. So if you subscribe to it, apparently I've never subscribed to any channel, but the bell will come up and alert you that there's new work to be shown, and you're invited to view it. Thank you, Raphael and the team, and continue to elevate their souls as they work on this, plus working in their own language community. So this is an additional work for the Brazilian team, but they'll be bringing in all of us. Okay, here's Ying. She says, I still translating last workshop 501. It's taking me a lot of time to translate in Cantonese because the workshop is long. Yes, there's no question. I think the new transcripts will make it a bit easier. I'm not positive, but I think it will. We used to say in the past when we had a transcribing team, it took about 2 hours to translate or transcribe about 10 minutes. And sometimes the words Mr. Keshe is saying, or he's saying it very softly, can cause these things, and you have questions and the rest. But it's a beautiful work. You're serving humanity, and you're bringing the change in this fashion. But this channel will grow and grow and grow, and we'll see how it works out. But it looks like it's a beautiful start. So continue as we go into the Dome of Peace to also elevate the souls of the Brazilian team who's been asked to carry this work forward. I see we're coming up on let's and again, as he said, with the scientific community dragging their feet or on this hesitancy highway, we know there's a lot of control in the scientific community and the rest. So Mr. Keshe brought up a picture near the end of the workshop. This is a door to a church. And he went on to say how back 1,000 years ago, this is how they treated people who had different knowledge than the church has. But also, this is what he's saying, we're in the same dilemma today, 1,000 years later. But let's hear this short video. Then we'll go back to the beginning of the teaching, I think. Let's just move it up to our, here. Oops, okay. I'm calling this the purely Q&A mini-series, which we're going to start cutting out more and more of the Q&A. And as Mr. Keshe said, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A than we learn from the actual teachings. But each one, of course, is different. Thank you, Ying, for your work in the background. And I'm sure there's a lot of people working in the background. We're not really looking for the change to appear to us in the matter state, but we're doing the work, and that work is going out, and we know our work is correct and forever. So we don't need to see if anyone's changed or they come and tell us what a great job you did. But you may experience that, but we're just doing the work and continuing on.
Rick, check your usual communication line. I've just sent you something. I'm trying to send you something with what we were just talking about before the start of the teaching. It'll be something interesting for you. You can share it if you want, but pick you up. Where are you?
It's coming through yet.
And of course, these are the first three books, and Mr. Keshe has a number of them that are partially written, maybe fully written, needs to some touch-ups on it. But these are the basic three, book 1, book 2, and book 3 is what we're referring to.
I don't think so.
I can't find your your name on it. Where are you?
Sometimes Telegram sort of makes it difficult to find people.
Oh, I found you. I found you. There we are. Just have a look. What we were just talking about before the beginning of the session. I was talking about the gate, the door to a church.
Would you like to say something about that?
Well, yeah, but this is how the churches were, huh? Anybody had any knowledge or the truth, they were beheaded. You can share it if you like, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, I should be able to see it there now. Pretty violent images, lots of swords and lightning and
this is a door to a church, a very prominent, well-known church in Italy. Our Italian friends can tell us. I went to this church because I wanted to see it, not because of the church, but because of the door of it. If you look at it, there is no difference between this maybe 1,000 years ago, when the Christianity came to Europe, and the Keshe Foundation today. If you see, these are young girls who were at that time virgin girls, were the ones who could do the medicine and everything else, and you see them. And it was on the church. Whoever comes to this church cannot believe in these people, and they were so what do you call it? Adamant that they were so powerful they can do this. Actually, this is the entrance of a door to a church. And there are a number of these churches, doors like this in Italy. The bottom right-hand side you see is a young girl to be beheaded or whatever, and flogged and put on the sticks on the fire, because virgin girls were thought to be like the medicine men, and people believed in them. They couldn't believe in them and the church, and the only thing was to get rid of them. And if you believed in these things, you couldn't come into the church, or if you were one of them, you couldn't come to church. And there is no difference in 1,000 years in man ethos. Keshe Foundation is in the same situation. You cannot, because it doesn't fit. So we're still on the same persecution, or persecuted 1,000 years ago by the same ignorant people. And they still believe in the same church. What's next?
Anyone would like to make any comments of this? Remember Galileo when he asked the church to look through the telescope and said that the Earth is not the center of the solar system, the sun is? And so this is what Mr. Keshe is saying. 1,000 years later, we're still in the same position in a way. Scientific community, religious community, and others are trying to block any advancements. But that's part of this new YouTube channel and the rest of this. As Mr. Keshe said, it doesn't matter if the woman gets in the United States, or the blonde man, or President Xi in China. They're moving forward in with the technology. And as he said, we don't need permission to move on this.
Yeah,
So
Mark, but
yes.
nowadays you've got the Israelites, the high priests think that if you don't believe in their thoughts, you're the scum of the earth, where they can get rid of all of us.
Yeah, I experienced that when I was in a Christian setting in a church. Another one believed in a different way, and they were wrong and we were right. And it's the same with all these sects and different reasons, you know, for people creating these things just to make a subtle change, and then they get their followers and the rest to go along with it. Of course, they're jealous if the other congregation has more members than they do. I guess it's professional jealousy. Well, that happens in the scientific community as well. It's the same thing. They don't always share properly. Anyone else want to make a comment on this? But this is a beautiful example of where we are as humanity. Again, this knowledge filtration and the rest of this, where you're not allowed to bring in, if you know anything, you're beheaded. And that's why Mr. Keshe said he couldn't start out with the teachings on the soul. They would have hung him in the church. So he had to start out with the UFO and then gradually build it up into the understanding of yourself, your own creation, and your own capabilities. And as he said, it's for us to explore and find out these things, investigate and understand these things for ourselves. I did forget to mention, there was something, is it in this one? I'm not sure. Let me just see if I could bring up, now I may not find it here. He had mentioned, I'll just go through it a little bit, that there's going to be a couple of workshops in Austria. Herbert and Mario are going to be putting them on. I'm just trying to see if we go to, all right, well, I need to take that video off and this one off. Apparently they're setting up some seminars in Austria. Herbert, who's been instrumental in making a lot of the GANs within the Keshe Foundation, and Mario. Apparently they've done who's taken people on tours and explained so much of the technology. And of course, I can't seem to locate it at the moment. All right, we'll have to just move this out of the way. I'm just looking here why the one that I had picked is not actually what I'm looking for here. Sorry about that. It just seemed to disappear from the tray. I'll try one other place here. If I can find it, we'll bring it up. Here, that's the transcript. No, I can't seem to find it at the moment. I'm going to try one other. Okay, let's. Okay, sorry about that. Maybe we should again go back to the beginning of the teaching. All right, I'm going to find it here. It shouldn't disappear like this, but sometimes it does. I think what we're going to do is to go back, if we can, to about the beginning of the workshop. And we'll hear some of the teaching. I think I'm going to have to move this to the screen. We're going to have to shrink that down, and then we'll bring up the beautiful transcript that we have. Okay.
We have the honor of being joined with Mr. Mayran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, who will be guiding us through today's workshop. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this. Is of Knowledge Seekers from the Keshe Foundation Space Institute. The life of the man has a limitation of physicality, but the life of the soul of the man has no dimension of physicality, no dimension of termination. It always converts to another, or it amalgamates, or it starts a new life. But what is interesting is that when it starts that new life, how much memories of his time in the body of the man it remembers, what is imprinted in that soul. When we receive the rays of the sun, which becomes part of us, whose soul that sun has been, that is become the seed, and then it become a star, that it led to the creation of the planets, and then the man, and the rest of the creation in the solar system. We always look where our soul is going to be, how it's going to be. We never look that what we become in some point or another has been part of the soul, or is the soul of another created things that is being in a position, it has elevated itself to the level that it could become the seed of a sun, which its rays has become us. And there is no other truth beyond this. And that is when our soul takes position in the world of the creation, in the universe and the unicorns, what the star shall we make? And what creatures, what kind of life will come out of it? And most importantly, we transfer energies, we transfer emotions. What and is how the man is today has come through the soul of his star, which has reflected in his what we call emotion, and has created the man the way the man is today. In a way, is our soul, is our being, a reflection of the soul which has created the sun. I made man in the image of myself. There is no cameras. There are no mirrors, only collection of the fields. We speak about the DNA and we speak about the RNA. Is our physical life the DNA of the star? And is the RNA the soul of the star, which is within our soul? And does or is our soul reflection of its emotion? Has the soul, we call it the sun, the soul which led to the creation of the sun, has been a good guy, that he was, or it's what they call it, momentum, his emotions, has led to creation of the star we know as the sun, as our creator, as essence of our creation. And was or is the manifestation of the life, the way we see it, depending on which condition we put it, Earth, Moon, Mars. In essence, all will have the soul of that who created the sun. Then you understand, is your soul one day is going to be that sun, which gathers the energies of the universe and in its reflection creates another life. And through his RNA, through the magnetic field of strength of his creation, reflects back in creating life like earth, like living thing, not necessarily like man, that reflects is what he carried as memory, as part of RNA in the time of his creation. Is this far from the truth? Or is this the reality of the creation? In the present world of science, we could not see in the dark. We developed technologies that we can see in the dark. Now there is no darkness in a way we have a vision. We can see. With the new technologies like the new cameras and the mobile phones, we have observed many times when the energy of the body of the man has been released. So we see it for the first time. As I've said this before, the energy of the man, the energy of the soul of the man. What is left for us is to trace it. If we get educated enough, it's like a smoke. We follow it to see where it goes. And then would be fine in that position, the spot where it lands, where it finds its magnetic positioning, what will create in time? Would it create another cycle? And due to his fingerprint, due to his memory, due to his emotion, which he carries from the time of being the man, would he create another cycle, which end up in killing? Then the biggest question comes, has the creator, has the world of creation isolated all the souls which are created on this planet? As they all kill? And now is trying to handle this virus, and they come to the source to eradicate killing from the what we call genetic RNA of this planet. But what about the soul of the sun, which came from the same position? What happened to that race? Then we understand why it's necessary to change the man from inside. That he realizes he can use the energies of the universe, then the packages that the universe has created for it to create new cycles at the point of maturity. The crime of the man is that he does not allow the natural process to take place. When you die naturally, when animal dies naturally, where the soul of it has departed, is that physicality in the energy form at the level that man can consume? Or does the man has to stop that point of maturity by killing the animal, by harvesting the food, by harvesting the wheat, by harvesting whatever? This is where man needs to understand the process of creation. We keep on talking about where would our soul go, but we have to stand still. Where did our soul come from? The fields of the soul. In essence, there's been no gold unless the field interaction of the sun with the field interaction of the earth has created a condition that it has led to the manifestation of physical structure of the soul. On it, in the matter, in the essence, in the physicality of the code. So it's the same with the man. Would it be possible for man in the future to leave a marker on the soul? That when that soul goes through that marker, can say this is the soul of the father, or this is the soul of this, or the soul of that in that position in the universe. We talk about man immigration on this planet. And we built walls to stop one moving from one to another. We've done everything, we created the borders to be. But in the life of the creation of the soul, there is no borders. There is no restriction, except by the strength of the field that the soul carries. Then you understand the purpose of the teaching. The soul of the man, the soul of the created which kills, has been gathered like in a part, in a dimension that cannot elevate to become, to reach the elevation of the strength of the soul of the creator. The man's behavior has blocked him by his own action from the time of the birth to reach that point. When we create the children of Mitra, when we create child from the soul of the man, which is not dependent on the physicality of the life on this planet, to kill, to elevate, we already set the scene for that soul to be able to go to the higher point, to be able to reach to the level of the rest of the creation, in the level of the strength of the field of the creator. In a way, at birth, we have got the shackles of not being able to elevate to higher. Because the first mouthful of meat, whatever other thing which we have killed for, comes within us, it has changed us. It has made us to be what you call in Indian the lower class. In a way, our own behavior of physicality has put us in a class of behavior that has not, cannot reach the elevation. This is why we brought and try to understand the process of the creation through the soul. Because if man learns to create his offspring through the essence of the soul, not created things, does not know how to kill, does not know how to destroy, because he has learned from point one to absorb energy from the resources of the universe without killing.
Okay, we're going to stop it right there. But again, he's asking us to consider what our next position will be. Where are we going to take this? Can we even elevate to a higher level while we still have the killing and destruction within us? Although he has told the souls have left this planet and started that, maybe they're going to need a correction. But he's asking us, we cannot elevate to a higher level here unless we move away from this process. The universe won't allow it, as I understand it, even though there seems to be thousands of souls who have left this and have started the process of creation, which takes millions or billions of years to, again, create a sun and the rest of this. But this is the remodeling of the creation that we're going through. So learning to walk away from killing and destruction is key, it seems to me, and we have the technology to do that. And again, it's up to you to make that choice in which direction you want to go. as he said, if you want to stay here for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, you're welcome to it. Maybe this is actually what happens. I thought anyone want to make any comments, please? So we're going to go up to about minute 42 and play this other clip again, understanding more and how we can create these children of Mitra to actually teach us. This is what I was doing in the transmutation session. I was thinking of the 5-cup stacker and the interactions there, but we don't really need any physical interactions to do this. We can create it through our own creation, even a creation that's more elevated than we are, it seems. But let's listen to this next 10 minutes here.
You never see jellyfish's head banging. They all know their position, they all know their distance, they all understand Magra positioning to the emotion of the feeling of the soul within. Then ask yourself this question: where and how do I want? And as parents, as fathers and mothers, would you prefer to bring a child in the dimension of physicality, or would you create a child within the dimension of the fields of the universe as a soul of the Mitra, and then nourish it and teach it the way of Mitra, the way of the Creator? Do you think you love the child of soul any different than the child of physicality? Or would that become envious for you, that you cannot live like the one you have created, detached from physicality? Or you learn from it how to become detached from killing, from destruction. Then you understand how the world of creation works, how the whole structure of the creation has laid out. It's us, by behavior, teach our children to become a killing machine from birth. But now we make it criminal if it kills one of us. But it's not criminal if it kills a cow or a sheep or a bird or a wheat. We have become, in a way, criminals of the criminals, and we decide who we're going to punish. If you kill one of us, we block you up. But you kill a lamb and a cow every day, you're a beautiful man, you're a butcher. How many butchers have been put into prison? Now you understand. It's us who has to change the understanding of the creation. And with it, once we understand, we change the world of creation for ourselves. Why have we classified killing and have given it different value in the structure of the physical life of the man? We take a man, shoot another man, he's a murderer, We give a man on his back, we send him to the woods as a hunter. And we are proud in what we hunt. Why don't we take that weapon from the birth from both, that they do not need to kill? What about if the hunter carries the emotion of the inside of the love, when he sees the deer, with the love it brings it to, enjoys its existence, and they part with learning from each other's love and how to live. Has a bullet written on a different crime. If the gun is in the house to go for shooting animals and you're a hunter and you're proud, you take the same gun, the same bullet and kill the man, you have committed a crime and you're in prison. When the time comes, man learns that he's a criminal in both direction and dimension. This is why we have to learn how to transmute. This is why we have to learn how to use the fields of the universe, then the matter state of the universe, which is gathered life. This is the difference. We are criminals, and in that point of criminality, we have like gangsters with different values for our gang than the others. And anybody who commits a crime in the gang, we punish. You can kill anything except man. And if you kill a man, you committed a crime. But you can kill as many as animals as you like. Where does the sanity of this comes to a man? Do we give a different punishment if you kill a black man, the white man, the yellow man, the dog, the cat, the fish, the pig, the cow? Now you understand why man first needs world peace on this planet. That in that peace, that in destroying the system of killing, then he comes to understand, I don't kill myself, race, why should I kill other races? Then man looks deeper inside to find a way not to kill. We have found a new trick. We are vegetarian, we are vegan, but we kill more in the pot, in the shape of the souls, in the shape of the soul of the rice, the wheat and everything else. Because we have drawn another line. What walks, you kill is criminal. What doesn't walk, has got no mouth, cannot make any noise, I eat. So it doesn't say anything, I'm not a criminal. This is why we need to learn to create children, nothing but the only way through the soul of the man, through the eaters of meat. Then that child will never commit a crime, it'll be a perfect child. Walks on this planet and be loved by every citizen of it. Doesn't matter the cat, the dog, the man, the woman, the president, the farmer, snake, or whatever. The first of that child is amongst you. It's for you to find out, to live the path. The seed of the creation understanding is within you. It's you who have to enlighten it. It's for you to understand the process. is for you to be able to understand, to draw the line, not by country, not by race, not by religion, but draw the line. I do not consume no others except what is available for me to accept.
Anyone want to explain that? I do not consume no others except what is available for me to accept. Is he talking about accepting that apple or that fish who is willingly ready to give up its existence to sustain yours? Or is he talking about the fields of the universe, what is available for me to accept or to absorb, perhaps? Again, this is quite a hard teaching in so many ways because we're so connected to, again, since we put that first piece of meat in our mouth or whatever, we've become those killers. And that is hard to accept. Even in the holy books, we were given dominion, but I guess the church didn't quite understand it either. He just propagated this whole idea of killing other than the man was acceptable.
That day is the point of the day of judgment, when you judge yourself and you decide to go from the physical life to the energy life. And it's you who will decide. It's you who make that decision. It's you who bring that change. You don't need no prophet, no fear, and no promises. It's the point of maturity. It's the point when you understand the truth about the creation and not the fantasy the man has made about his own created and creation.
Okay, that concludes that clip. Anyone want to make any comments? Again, it's for you to examine yourself. Day of judgment's when you judge yourself, as he said, and that's for each and every one of us to decide. But it does seem like it's a big limiting factor in the transmutation and the other processes that we're talking about. But there are systems to assist this and to re-ingrain what you are capable of doing, and that's part of this transmutation sessions and tests we go through. Okay, I think we've, again, this was over a 3-hour workshop. There's much, 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 much more in it for you to unravel. As Mr. Keshe said, it'll take man thousands of years to unravel these teachings. He said centuries is not enough. But we're being, again, it's being put to us in a way that we've really never considered much of this. It's, we thought it's our right to take other creatures and to feed off them and to harvest their energies, but now we know we can do it a better way, the way the Creator does it. But it's for all of us to examine ourselves and to find that path to this enlightenment and to be able to do some of the things we're talking about with the transmutation and the feeding from the fields and the wellness and all the rest of this. Thank you for listening. Let's go to the Dome. I say let's go to the, sorry, let's go to the Dome of Peace if we can again. And this is a part of the work of the Keshe Foundation is through our energies and through our wishes, we're establishing peace on this planet. And again, working with the plasma is much easier than working in the matter state. First step is to release the GANS waters. They do know where to go and to find balance. And this is something for us to do in the matter state. And this is called the releasing of the GANS waters. I think, let me see if I just have that one from the Brazilian team that they, you can do this every Sunday. These are the daily intentions. No, that's the Wednesday one. Let's see if we can find the, I guess it's disappeared out of the tray as well for some reason. I don't get that. But anyway, we'll bring this up in a moment. Oops, let's go back to, these computers are a little funny, but this is the first step in creating the dome of peace, something for our physicality to do. We're all familiar with our physicality. The GANS is the fourth state of matter. You can learn to make it on the Keshe Wiki. You can use combinations of different GANSs. Mr. Keshe prefers CO2 and zinc, but you can use the Cup of Life 1 and the rest of it, or as he said to Anna Marie about the troops and the trucks appearing in Austria, you can use any GANs you'd like. It's more the intention and the wishes that are put into it. As he said many times, the water is just, in a way, an illusion.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, now we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which I know you're all familiar with, and this is where we use our souls collectively to bring about the change and have it manifest in the matter state. As I said, the daily intentions of the Brazil team, you can join them on Wednesday, or you could join them on a daily, I think at 2 a.m. Central European Summertime or CET. Yes, there it is, 2 a.m. And join in an actual meeting where that's usually about 30 minutes. They share some intentions, share some thoughts. And again, the Brazil team has been not missing a day, as I understand it, in this process, which started a couple of years or more ago. So continue to add to the Brazilian soul, to the team, that they can complete the YouTube channel work, which is a work in progress, and continue with this work of the elevation of the souls. And this is the way we'll bring the change, not so much through the matter state, although, as Mr. Keshe said, the GANs and releasing of the GANs water will connect the wellness centers together in some way that I'm not fully understanding at this point. So we thank the Brazilian team and we continue to elevate the soul of the team. This is the second step, as I said, of creating the Dome of Peace, which is the power of the souls.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And We ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe. Thank
Yes, thank you, Shweta, very much, and thank you, Stefania. You can also join every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time with the Universal Council. This is not a formal meeting, but this is just a gathering of the souls on the energy dimension, where if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create a position of change. So you're giving energies to other souls for them to elevate, even if they elevate past your level of understanding and your level of maturity. So you can join every day, give a nanosecond, give 1 second, give a little bit. It's the collection of the fields that's very important. By that collection, one or another field may touch the soul of those in need. And as we know, we're learning to pray through our soul, sharing our soul with the others who are lower than we are, and to bring them up to the position where we are, or even elevate them past our own position. So let's take 2.5 minutes. Again, we don't take from other souls, but we're actually giving to other souls that the position changes. And in a way, this is conspiring literally as we breathe together. I know we can learn to change the fields that we put out just through our breathing and our intentions, that you can change an environment or a room. And I think we breathe about maybe 1,700 times every day, and that's in a stage of non-activity. So if you're active, you're even breathing more, and you can put the fields of peace and calmness and balance as a one planet nation into your breath and release that, whether it's in your home or at work or in the whole environment here. So this is what we're learning. Again, this is past the matter state, which we do have some trouble accepting, that things can actually manifest through our emotions, through our energies, or through our wishes. So if I can find the 5 minutes, but we're not going to take 5 minutes, we're just going to take 2.5 minutes. And again, this is the process that started elevating the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators and the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency. I think they're still in negotiations of some sorts. All souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's collectively, in a state of inner calmness, collaborate, breathe together, and take 2.5 minutes for this process to happen. And again, it's not a day job. It's not that we do it once and the whole thing is set. Although there could be someone who does it and everything changes, as we know. But we continue on with this process. So let's take 2.5 minutes, and we can start now. And congratulations, you all passed the test. This is what we heard from Mr. Keshe. Nobody fails this test. So whether you want to give a nanosecond, a minute, I don't think it's the amount that's so important, but it's the regularity of doing it. And as Mr. Keshe said, don't do it once a week, do it all the time. So obviously we're learning to be multitaskers because you still have to do your regular things that you have to do in the matter state, but this is in the energy state. So congratulations, and this is the process that we continue until we see that peace established permanently on this planet. It looks like Alex is ready to come in. Thank you, Alex, for joining us. I know you have to go through the disclaimer again, but that's fine. And we look forward to your teaching today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coordinating everything, Mark. So, as you said about the disclaimer, so let's get that out of the way because that's our duty.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome everybody to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting today. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Of course, it's all relative. It all depends on where in the world you are. But you're here, and so welcome.
We see your screen and your audio is coming over perfectly.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, and here we go. Please have a little fun today. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We have been discussing advanced transition. Today will be the Coulomb barrier. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is August 18th, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. The Advanced Transition Series is a continuation of other advanced series. And please understand, these are just basic public teachings. And it gives us an opportunity to really get into some more meat. But as you can see, we are in the 6th of this series, which means it's the last one. And so it is going to be a little bit involved, but that's okay. We're still condensing thousands of hours of teaching into a few short lessons. But as we said, we want to have some fun because we need to get off this hesitancy highway. We have to understand that we have to talk to other people. There are a lot of new knowledge seekers that are coming, and we're the ones who have the experience and the expertise. And also, we need to do it our way. we need to be able to put the information forward correctly, but we need to be able to do it in a way that we understand, because we're the ones who are front and center wherever you are. And wherever you are right now is the lowest energy state. And it's a pretty hard state. And so they say life is hard until you get up on the horse. And this is where we know that bulls walk, but horses, however, might even fly. And this is a good thing because there are many ways to overcome barriers. And boy, we sure have a lot of barriers. One of them is the Coulomb barrier. And of course, that's named after Coulomb's law, which is named after Mr. Coulomb. And this is an energy barrier due to electrostatic interaction that two nuclei need to overcome so that they can get close enough to undergo a nuclear reaction. That is the new definition coming out of our favorite sources. And as we understand, there are other sources of information, and they're in outer space, and we're still searching for outer space. And as today is the Advanced Transitioning Series, that's what we're doing. We're transitioning across the universe on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And why do we always settle for that little piece of pie? Why can't we go for the whole pie? Well, there are reasons. It's all ingrained in the Coulomb barrier. So trying to break the Coulomb barrier, the books by Marin Tabakoli Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. It explains how matter is created and is brought together with 3 dimensions. And of course, once you have the one matter, you have to have another matter, because otherwise, where are you going? And so the book number 2, The Structure of the Light. Amazing, eh? I didn't know that light had structure, but it does have a structure, and it is ingrained in the Coulomb's barrier. Then, of course, there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, which somehow we have man's universe and we have a sister universe, and these are distinctly 2 different universes, and they have distinct Coulomb barriers. So what we've been trying to do is to figure out how to join the universal community. We cannot do that without world peace. So for 339 weeks in a row, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace is brought to you by Rick Raman and the Universal Council, is discussing these matters, which has to do with fundamental issues of morality and ethos. And so I was brought up with 10 commandments, and these 10 commandments from Moses were pretty good. Actions speak louder than words, however. And there are other commandments that we've discussed. So we find that we've been cherry picking our commandments to suit our purpose. So how do we get on that plasma highway? How do we elevate ourselves to get on that plasma highway? Well, here we are completing the transition highway. The transition highway was distinctive from the transmission highway because the transmission highway was the lowest energy state. So that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to get on this transition highway and to understand it a little bit better. And of course, we have to understand that, none of us are really and truly scientists of the caliber of Mr. Keshe. But then there are other scientists out there and they don't get it either. And there's a reason for it, and it has to do with man-made barriers. Because, you know, when we want that little piece of the MAGRAPH pie chart, one of the things that keeps coming out is that the speed of light is a constant transmission. This is a pretty significant point. And we've been trying to figure out how can something that has a constant transmission have a variable transition, because there are different colors, and including, of course, that there are no colors. And so we'll be discussing that shortly in the future. And the other thing, of course, is that many people believe that the universe is 99% hydrogen. We can never give it full credit, right? So that must mean that the rest of the universe is just garbage. And this is what you do. When you don't understand something, you throw it away. And then you have to wonder where away is, because you are here or you are here. And if you keep throwing stuff away, maybe away is here, and it gets confusing because we never know where we are. And what's even more confusing is we don't know where we came from, because here we come, two forces coming together, which is the fundamental principles of plasma science. And as they come together with the forces of attraction, they create the X and Y axis dimension. And so that becomes our transmission and transition dimension. And not only do they come together, but they keep coming together, and more keep coming together. So this is how we grow. And in that process, it grows and grows and grows. And then, of course, we have the principal universal line maths, which are magnetic field forces coming together. So we see the whole universe and how it all comes together from the beginning with the principal matter. And yet it seems to have a boundary, it seems to have a barrier, and it seems to have a center point, and it seems to have a GANs of connection where we see the central principal mass coming through the equator line, and then the rest of the mass coming to the outside. So what is really important to note here is that this follows the principles of magnetical and gravitational field forces interacting. And we know what that is. That's a MAGRAPH. So when we're looking at a plasma, we have to understand that whatever that is, to be in existence, it has to have a magnetical and a gravitational interaction. You need both. And not only do you need both, but as we see with our Earth, we have two rotating hemispheres. So each hemisphere has a magnetical gravitational interaction, and then collectively the two together have a magnetical gravitational interaction. And this has to be distinct and individual, because we have a north hemisphere and a southern hemisphere, and they rotate in opposite directions. And this is kind of confounding, because the Earth itself rotates in one direction, and both hemispheres rotate in the same direction. So as we've migrated from the basic teaching to understand the x-axis transmission of rotation, the y-axis transition of polarity, the z-axis transmutation of field strength, we find that in the transmission dimension, we have to have an x, y, and z axis in order to have a complete dimension. And that doesn't state which transmission dimension we're talking about. So there are other transmission dimensions. And in order to go from one to the other, we have to go through a transition dimension. And that's what we're talking about now. We're talking about the advanced transitions. And so each axis also has to be able to go through a transition. And so what we see in conclusion here is that we can have a transmission dimension at a lower energy state, and we can have a transmission dimension at a higher energy state. And the connection between those two energy states is a transition. But that transition has to incorporate the three dimensions of the X, Y, and Z axis. And what we haven't been able to discuss is how do we determine which transition dimension are we talking about? Because there's more than one. And which transmission dimension are we going to? Oh, because there's more than one. And then if we're coming to one and going from another one, or going to another one and coming from one, it means that the creation of the universe comes from energy and motion. And so the universe is created from and exists from energy, and energy is always in motion. And so that's what we talk about when we talk about charge, a charge in motion. It tells us which direction we're going. But not only that, it tells us which dimension we're going, interacting with. And it's also influencing our transition from dimension to dimension. And what we find now is that we can straddle different dimensions. And so what has been limiting our understanding, notwithstanding the one dimension in our physical state is bound by the Coulomb barrier. So how do we straddle different dimensions? And where does this energy come from? So what is energy in the physical state? Well, that is sugar energy. And so we find in chemistry that there's a pentagonal magnetical field and a hexagonal gravitational field. And as we flip the poles back and forth to exchange energy, we find that it creates a twisting susceptibility. And then, of course, it creates a coiling, but that coiling cannot be just in one dimension. That's just a pattern template. So we have this spherical growth that grows in all dimensions. And it's very hard to describe that in a two-dimensional picture. But what we have to understand is that there will be a three-dimensional effect. And as such, when we put it in a package like water, we find that that's a nice parcel. And that parcel is a maggrav. It's balanced between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So in the water, we say that the hydrogen is magnetical and the oxygen is gravitational. But we know by mass that the hydrogen is teeny tiny and the oxygen is really, really big. And how does it stay balanced? And even in that balanced state, how come it's round? So there's a lot of other things that we have to take into consideration. And then we also have to understand that there's a constant energy shifting where we shear the electrons off through one way or another, whether it's chemically, biologically, or through a nuclear reaction. And so this energy is looking for a partner, and it leaves behind a hydroxyl, which now, because we've lost some energy, which is positive, means the hydroxyl is a negative, and as a negative, it's a seeker. And so it's looking to marry something else. And so with this process, we find that water is a universal solvent of life. And in that process, this energy has to cross over somehow, or it gets deflected somehow. And in the coming together, it can create a twisting, as we discussed with sugar. And that twisting can involve a tightening, a coiling, or in as a result, a form artifact of tunneling. And so these are all packaged in a parcel, an energy parcel. And inside that energy parcel, well, there was the energy packs within a parcel. And these are always in motion. And so this may be confusing because for years, advanced scientists like Richard Feynman, very good scientist, I might add, but he had this electron fixation problem. And of course, that has set us down a wrong road. And it was reinforced with the theory of positrons. And where it talks about the annihilation of particles and antiparticles. But these are in pairs. And so there's the eventual creation, and there's an eventual annihilation of pairs, which may occur now and then, And there, of course, is no creation and there's no annihilation, only change of directions. And so that change of direction becomes movement from the past to the future, or from the future to the past. That doesn't really explain how the Earth is rotating, does it? And that doesn't really explain how the planets are rotating out around the sun. And that doesn't really explain how the Milky Way is constantly turning. And that doesn't explain how we move, because we don't have extension cords sticking out from us. And of course, there's no motor driving the planets. So how do we capture these fields? And so we find that there's a transition, and it comes not only the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension, but it fulfills the z-axis dimension. So at that point now, we have created a field, but that field is moving. So that means it's changing position. Well, what is causing the difference in that position? And what happens with that field? Well, interestingly enough, we've been able to create plasma light. And so that becomes a manifestation of light from a GANS state. And those of you who have been paying attention, and you have to pay close attention, understand that the GANS light does not cast a shadow. And of course, the energy comes from within. And of course, we've been talking about GANSes for a long, long time. And so we see the structure of the GANSes, where we have the positive core and the negative outer shell. The negative representing the magnetosphere, and the core representing the gravitational field forces converging into the center. And then, of course, now that we have equipment that is capable of going beyond the nanostate, GANS is a gas as a nanosolid, but we now have the capability of even going down to the picostate. And so we can see that there are many points of light. But these lights are natural light. And the interesting point is that they are within our Coulomb barrier. And so our Coulomb barrier involves the z-axis dimension, which is the rotation, the y-axis dimension, which is the rotation around the polarity. And then, of course, the z-axis dimension is the interdependence of the y-axis and z-axis interaction, which creates the spherical rotation. And then, of course, we see the motion. Now, let's understand that this motion is the motion that we see on this planet. That sounds like an obvious statement. You're driving a car, you end up most of the time on the ground. And you should end up with the wheels on the ground. So whatever you're driving is within the Coulomb barrier. And so wherever you're going, you're moving from one position to another, and there's some kind of reference. And we've been using the potentiation of hydrogen as a reference because we can see that there's an energy transfer, and we can see the scale going from 1 to 14, and it involves a transmission of energy. But each point on the scale represents a different kind of stability or instability, and it's a reflection of susceptibility. And there's a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And the potentiation of hydrogen, of course, involves oxygen as well, because the pH scale is representative of water, actually. And so water involves hydrogen and oxygen. But that scale is up to 14. And it is rigid. It is a fixed scale. That scale is based on integers, and 1 being the lowest and 14 being the highest. And so when we split the water, we find that the pH always totals 14. And so we have to understand that a pH of 7 for acidic water is blended with a pH of 7 for alkaline water. So 7 and 7 is 14. And so if we treat the neutral position as a zipper, which means that if we drop down 1 layer and we have a pH of 6, we will automatically create a balanced pH of 8. 6 and 8 is 14. 9 and 5 is 14. 4 and 10 is 14. And this is how we do the y-axis transition to facilitate the x-axis transmission. But we don't discuss how do we go from one pH to another. And I'm really sorry about that, because we're still talking about our potentiation layers. So the pH scale becomes a zipper transmission, and then the peaks and valleys of the y-axis transition allows us to have the pH transition. And we find, say, a peak of 4 and a peak of 10 is 14, and a valley of 5 and a valley of 9 is 14. But we need this up and down motion because it reflects the balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces. So at the peak, it's very magnetical, and at the trough, it's very gravitational. But we have all these transition points in between. So within the pH of 4, we have all of these transition points. But then there's this massive transition going from 4 to 5. And it looks like a scale of 1, but we know it's an order of magnitude, which means it's 10. And then as we go, there's a relationship between the magnetical acidity and the gravitational alkalinity. And the gravitation reflects density. So the y-axis density transition is actually a balancing. So if you have 5, you'll have 9. And if you have 4, you'll have 10. And if you have the GANs of 1, you will have to offset it with the GANs of another. And so we know where the ganses come from because we've all made the cups of life, and we needed to do that because we remember they weren't the cups of the pandemic, but they got us through. And in that process, we took physicality, and that physicality, by structuring it in a certain way involving a nanocoding process of monatomic science, we brought in the ganses. And one cup is an emotional gans, and the other cup is a physical gans. But we also brought in other ganses. So we can have a Gans radiance manifestation of all the elements on the periodic table of elements, including gold. So not just carbon dioxide or calcium or zinc or copper. And very importantly, amino acid and water. And so if we look at the relationship between the water and the amino acid, then we can say that the water is gravitational and the amino acid is magnetical. And we can also say that the emotional first cup is magnetical and the physical cup is gravitational. So we can also say that the lower part in the y-axis transition scale, the atomic physicality is gravitational. And the next layer up is nanocoding, which is monatomic. And then the next layer up is the gas as a nanosolid. And these are all part of matter state, what we call small m matter state because it's physical. But as we transition into the higher dimensions, we have to understand that there are 3 dimensions that create a dimension. So there's a plasma dimension that is part of matter state as well, capital M matter state, and that would be the plasmatic field. So interestingly enough about Coulomb's law, it's a man-made law, and it actually calculates the amount of force between 2 electrically charged particles at rest. So we know that electrons are always in motion. Energy is always in motion, excuse me. So it isn't at rest, although it appears at rest. And so the rest period is a balanced field, right? So this force that is maintaining this balance is the electric force known as the Coulomb force. And this was published in 1785, a little bit before my time. And it was basically the theory of electromagnetism. And so it allowed meaningful discussions. Thank you very much. Job well done. So when we look at the principal matter interaction, we see these beautiful parcels, energy parcels, carrying energy packs, coming and interacting with our field forces. And as such, and since all of us were born, it's a very good thing that the Earth was here first. It's kind of difficult to be born with without the Earth being here. But as we know that the Earth has this Coulomb barrier, so somehow this principal matter interaction broke through the barrier and got to Earth. And somehow we were born and broke through this Coulomb barrier and came to Earth. So we find that energy is always in motion. And of course, being a two-way street, there's two-way transmission and of course, two-way transition. And so the sun has these field forces in motion to maintain its maggrav position, which is a magnetical gravitational relationship, and the Earth as well has that. So when we look at the Earth and being a blue planet, where it's called the water planet, and so it has a certain kind of affinity. And because of that infinity, it can maintain its maggrav condition based on the magnetical and gravitational balance, but it has a unique color, has a unique characteristic, and has a unique set of elements. And these are all based on the negative charge principle, where the negative gives and the positive takes. So we have to understand that you can give and take from yourself, and that creates a binding energy, or you can give and take from others, and that is to say, give to others and take from others, and that energy can be flowing. So we have a lot of control on whether energy is flowing or binding. And of course, there's different points of view. So one of those things is that we have feeding dimensions and we have feedback dimensions. So one dimension is more than two, not the way we were taught in math. And of course, it involves pi. And pi is kind of, 3 and a bit, so it's hard to calculate, so we'll just fudge it. And then we find that if you're going to have an answer of the 2 dimensions, you have to maintain that. So the first 2 dimensions don't dissolve, don't disappear, they remain. And of course, now we know that one dimension is not the same as the other dimension. This one's the transmission dimension, one's the transition dimension, and the product, of course, is the Z dimension, and all 3 of them create a feedback to us, the observer, because we're none of those 3 dimensions. We're in a 4th dimension. We have to be, because you can't be inside there and see everything. So you have to be out of that. And so here we are on Earth, and we're seeing a gravitational confirmation, how hydrogen is the initial particle or initial element, is the first element on the periodic table of elements. And somehow it got together in Earth and went through that Coulomb barrier to get here. So we can see that the force fields of the sun, which is a balance between the gravitational and magnetical force fields, and the force fields of the Earth, which is a balance of the magnetical gravitational force fields, and they interact. But how did they get here, as opposed to somewhere else? So we find the gravitational magnetical force fields of the universe assisting in this process. And so now we have the conclusion where we have the arrival of the hydrogen. And we know it's a hydrogen because it also exhibits a color. So the hydrogen gas, of course, is clear, but the fingerprint of the hydrogen represents a color. And that color goes through a spectrum of different colors. And all of these different colors are within this Coulomb barrier. So if we look at the frozen Ganzball here, and we can see the magnetical hair-like lines that are emitted from the core, and we find that these lines are hollow, like nanotubes, but they all emit from the core and they diverge away from the core. So we can conclude that the frozenness of this water is a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces, or the gravitational is in the core and the magnetical is in the periphery. And so we started with hydrogen, and then, of course, we ended up creating other products. And interestingly enough, the solar system and the human body share these products, and of particular note are oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and calcium. And so not only are the first four part of the amino acid star formation, which is created through a folding deviation, but calcium is represented in every single cell within our body. And there's a connection, and that connection is the carbon spectrum. And so it too has arrived, and it too is gravitational, of course, by the same means as the hydrogen. But it has a color spectrum that is unique, and it has a color spectrum of different colors. And of course, the carbon in the air is not visible, but when the carbon becomes solid, it is visible. So when we look at the other components of the amino acids, they are in a gaseous state. Which is to say that they're transparent, which is to say that they're non-visible. But now we know that there's a physical gas state and there's a plasmatic gas state, which we call GANs. And so as carbon is a solid at room temperature, then these other gases also can become solid at room temperature. So we have different gases of different elements. And since they're all gravitational, the first thing they had to do was break through the Coulomb barrier and then reside on this planet in a gravitational form, and then sort themselves out. And so we see this pattern and this folding that happens with the amino acid, and we see this spiral growth, which of course is representative of the spiral coil of the RNA and the DNA. And then, of course, the folding action that is created by the viruses from space. And we see how it manifests into bacteria. And based on the pH of bacteria, if it's alkaline, it supports the host. And if it's acidic, well, it eats the host. And that could be a point of conflict. So the best resolution for this conflict is a point of containment. And so that point of containment then has to be put in some kind of corral. It has to be put inside a fence, inside of containment, right? And so that becomes an energy binding system. And that is very important if we're going to maintain our physical gravitational state. So that binding arrangement has to be very self-serving. And that self-serving binding comes from the universe. But we've changed our practices in our society where we're obtaining this binding energy for self-serving purposes at the expense of others who are also seeking this self-serving energy binding. And so, of course, they're getting robbed in that process. And of course, when you have that on any level, them's fighting words, and it brings together war. So war becomes a very linear type of pH strategy, and as we assemble the armies, we don't want to talk about the disassembly of the armies. And we find out that many warriors discover too late. And so when we're looking at the Coulomb barrier, what we see is that it is a potential energy barrier. And it's given as an electric potential energy. And it has an equation. And what's key about this equation, it talks about the permittivity of free space and the charges of the interacting particles. And it discusses the interaction radius, the radius of the sphere. And so we say that a positive value of the Coulomb barrier is a repulsive force, right? Strong barrier, right? And the interacting particles are at higher energy levels as they get closer. And so the negative potential energy indicates a bound state due to the attractive force, right? So as that force is absorbed gravitationally, the binding increases. And if the energy level decreases, then the repulsive force increases. So we can conclude that the Coulomb barrier increases with the atomic number in the periodic table of elements, which indicates density. And so that's reflected in the equation of as well. And the reference to E is the elementary charge of the energy in motion, right? And so we can change the charge based on the atomic number of the element. And the whole purpose of this, I'm just going to read it. The whole purpose of this is to overcome this barrier. And nuclei have to collide at high velocities, so their kinetic energies drive them close enough for the strong interaction to take place and bind them together. So sometimes, if you're having trouble binding your knowledge with your brain, some people say they need to take you out into the back alley and teach you. So the pH table also reflects a density range. And since gravity seeks density, then we understand that oxygen is more dense than hydrogen. And with the oxygen, you introduce alkalinity. So we find the alkaline is wet and the acid, which is opposite to alkaline, is oily because the oil does not blend with the water. The two are exclusive. And yet the pH always totals 14. So the density range is reflected in the susceptibility. Okay, so let's talk about density then. If density is the result of the attraction of forces, then we say that gravity seeks density. And this density has to operate within the Coulomb barrier. But according to the pH scale, the maggrav is constantly in balance. So how does the density increase as it becomes more gravitational? So it could be through rings, right? And so we know from our light that as close as we get to the core, the frequency is higher. And so when the frequency is higher, it has more energy. So it means when we have more energy, it's more gravitational. Remember, the higher energy feeds the lower energy. So or it could be a spiral. And so as it follows the path of rotation, each time it goes around, it doesn't keep going around the same ring, but it follows a different path, a diminishing path. So each rotation increases the density and thereby increases the gravity. Well, this kind of causes a little bit of a problem, doesn't it? Because eventually you get to the center. So the question that we have to ask ourselves, if we have this maggrav balance, where is the bag that holds the earth together? We walk on the ground, we breathe the air, and we look up to the sky. And we have to wonder if from the gravitational core, we emit to the magnetosphere, where does it stop? And why does it stop? I don't see a bag. So if we understand the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, then we have to understand that the higher strength is gravitational, so it's more dense. And this is good because it has more to give. And so the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and the weaker strength is magnetical, so it needs more to take. And so that becomes the binding zone. And the parameter of the binding zone is the Coulomb barrier. So within that binding zone, we have a maggrav condition. So that conflict point where we have a magnetical gravitational field force, for one, interacting with the gravitational magnetical field force of another, comes together in the binding zone and goes through a conflict resolution thanks to the Coulomb barrier and maintains its gravitational position within the binding zone and is magnetically confined to the binding zone. And so we operate within this binding zone. So we're talking about the gravitational field forces of attraction, which is the feedback of our environment, and the magnetical field forces of repulsion, which is part of the feeding. And we, as the last man standing, have choices. We can, with respect to the feeding, turn it on and turn it off. With respect to strength, well, yeah, we can increase or decrease. And with respect to positioning, we can enhance or diminish. And these all follow the rules of stronger feeds the weaker, but within the binding field forces as defined by the Coulomb barrier. So within this barrier, we have different strengths. So we have a strong gravitational field force, which gives us this initial potential energy. And then, of course, we have this weak magnetical force, which is the final potential energy. And so when we look at the MAGRAV feeding conversion, we see that the Earth, in order to maintain its MAGRAV position, right? So the Earth has to maintain its binding force. So the thing that's keeping the Earth together is this Coulomb barrier, and we operate within this Coulomb barrier, and within this ring, we have the absorption through attraction and gravitational field forces of energy coming in and more coming in. And of course, in order to maintain that MAGRAV position, we have to have field forces of repulsion being emitted using these magnetical field forces where energy goes out and more goes out. But there's a range. That range is between the magnetosphere and the magmasphere. And then the midpoint, if you will, being the crust. And we walk on the crust. And we can change our position between the surface of the crust or even below the ground and the magnetosphere. And in fact, we can send satellites outside of the magnetosphere. But we remember that these satellites are operating within this bag, this bag we call the Coulomb barrier. And the accumulation inside this bag, it's like going grocery shopping and you keep filling this bag. So somehow this bag has to be able to get bigger because look, we have all these elements on the periodic table of elements. So these are the details of our Earth space range. So what we have to remember is that the atomic number on these details represents what we call the number of protons within the element. But the mass includes the number of neutrons. So we find that when we talk about carbon-6, yes, it has 6 protons, but it also has 6 neutrons and it has a mass of 12. It's not really 12, it's close enough. We just fudge the number. But nitrogen has 7 protons, 7 neutrons, that's 14, and oxygen has 8 protons and 8 neutrons, that's 16. Hydrogen, oh, wait a second. Hydrogen has 1 proton and no neutrons. Each one of these elements is an element. Elementary. It's an atom. So not all atoms are the same size. They have different mass. That mass is based on mathematical accumulation of the energy within the proton and the neutron. So atoms are uncut, but they are in a maggrav condition. And so we know that things are in different sizes because when we eat, regardless of how small you are, always what you eat is smaller. If it's too large, then you have to cut it up. But the atoms are uncut. They have to maintain their magnetic and gravitational relationship, what we call a maggrav. So they have an uncut physicality. And yet, as we see in the cover of book number 2, that uncut physicality will split up into 2. Man's universe and the sister of man's universe. So if the atoms are uncut, and if the atoms have a different mass, then the y-axis transition is based on the gravitational field force, because the higher mass represents more density, and more density represents more gravitational, and more gravitational is, if you will, higher pH. And then we have the gap between each of the integers. So at some point 5 and 9 is 14, but at some point 6 and 8 is 14. Which means that if the 5 becomes a 6, the 9 has to become an 8. So that's the uncut physical reality of the susceptibility. So we can see that the maggrav position is based on relationships, a balance between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. So when we're looking at the scientific community, they only look at the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy, whereas the spiritual community is looking at the balanced relationship between the spirit and the soul. So these are 2 different sciences, and the plasma science adds to the knowledge and balances off the relationship between the scientific and the spiritual community, don't you see? And it follows the conservation of energy, law of conservation of energy, another man-made law. And so energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be converted from one form of energy to another. Did we say which maggrav? Did we say which transmission? And did we say which transition? No, we didn't say. We just said that, there's an initial kinetic energy, which is balanced off by the initial potential energy, and that forms one side of the equation. And then there's the final kinetic energy and the final potential energy. And of course, that too has to be balanced off so that the left side of the equation equals the right side of the equation. Fairly obvious, isn't it? That's what causes balance. And so when we look at the Coulomb symbols, we find that the Coulomb symbol is constant. That's why there's balance. So we can change the relationship, but the energy measure is constant. In electron volts, it's 1.6, yada, yada, 10 to the minus 19th joules. Give or take a few. And then, of course, there's a Coulomb symbol, C, which is a unit of electric charge in the international system. And it is defined by 6.24 times 10 to the 18th E for elementary charge. Nice to know. So we see that the potentiation of strength goes both ways between the initial potential energy and the final kinetic energy. So there has to be a balance. and there's a crossover. So it goes from the strong to the weak, but it has to cross over from the weak to the strong. And so, And in order to do that, we can change our density, which is reflected in our susceptibility, but we have to stay within the Coulomb barrier, which is the pH range of 1 to 14. So that becomes the earthbound barrier, right? And yet here we have this conservation of variability where we have on the one side, we have a variable magnetical force and a variable gravitational force. That makes one side of the equation. And the combination of those two create a magnetical susceptibility. And then we have a variable magnetical and a variable gravitational on the other side. And the combination of those two create a gravitational susceptibility. So that balances off the equation. That's what constitutes the maggrav. So the equal balance is the maggrav. And that maggrav position is an independent variable. If the components on each side of the equation are susceptible, they just have to maintain balance. Then the maggrav positioning is also susceptible. And all of this is contained within the Coulomb barrier. So, all of this energy that is coming from the universe in the form of PM ticks, which are magnetical, they arrive and converge into what we call a plasmagen. And then there's a conversion into the principal matter, transition matter, and the matter state. And in the plasmagen world, there's a field interaction, which we call inertia. And so that is what we're looking at in terms of the binding energy forces. So the binding energy forces have to refer to a magnetical and gravitational field forces. You have to have both in order to have a maggrav. Hello, that's how it works. And so to have these binding field forces on Earth, we have to stay within the Coulomb barrier. And so when we know that we can go through different energy states, so we know that the lowest energy state is the heat and electricity, and the highest energy state is the plasma state. And then we have, of course, the light matter, the dark matter, and the principal matter, also referred to as the matter state, the nanostate, and the GaN state, and the plasma state. And so we can go and shift through these states along what we call energy transfer states. So all of these states and all the gaps between these states are working within the Coulomb barrier on the state we call Earth space. So when we're looking at these maggrav energy transfer states, they involve the transfer of energy from the basic atomic state to the nanostate, to the GaN state, to the plasma state. And then in reverse, from the plasma state down to the GaN state, to the nanostate, down to the atomic state. And in all cases, there's a magnetical gravitational balance we call a maggrav. All of these states are part of the matter state, where the plasmatic state is non-visible and the physical state is visible. And so when we say that we are matter state dominant, these matter states are a feedback of our position, our gravitational positioning. And so they become part of the feedback. So, just like you have a fine meal, your feedback is satisfaction. But we also hear sound, see light, feel heat and pressure, admire the luster and superficiality. But within that, as we can see, that we have different densities, so we have a laminar containment as well, right? So the x-axis transmission dimension has to go through a transition, and as does the y-axis. But the y-axis transition has to have its own transmission. So this becomes the feedback, and the dominance of the man-made range deviation is dominant to within this Earth space. And so we find there are no microbes in outer space. So these microbes are already quarantined. And so humanity is quarantined in this same Earth space spherical z-axis transition form artifact, often referred to as life. So this quarantine is within this Coulomb barrier. And it's not a bag, and it's not a fence, but it is effective. So all of us as balance seekers, to maintain a balance, we have to construct a form. And so the condition of the acidity is actually alkaline forming, right? We have to cross over. And the alkaline condition is acid forming, right? So we see the white blood cells are targeting specific cell conditions within our body. And it's based on the pH, isn't it? Just like locusts, when they see a crop that is, you know, facing some kind of disaster with respect to its existence, for them, oh, that's a party. And they're just looking for a next disaster waiting to happen. And so we can eradicate pests by affecting the potentiation of the balance, right? Changing the balance by affecting the susceptibility. And so we can create this z-axis polarity shift by understanding that there's an interaction with the x-axis polarity, the y-axis polarity, and the z-axis polarity, and these all affect the transition. And there is no garbage field. They all work together and they all have a function. And we know that because the proof of concept is that there was a preference and sentimentality for us. Yes, we were very, very discriminatory. We were, first of all, we were born, and we were born using the outer space system. And we were born into our inner space, and we were targeting Earth space. And the point we want to make, of course, is that the barrier around our Earth space, the Coulomb barrier, is a two-way system. So if we are setting up a barrier to be contained within our Earth space, then we had to be able somehow to transition through this barrier to get here. And furthermore, we were very discriminatory. We had a preference and sentimentality for Earth space and not Mars space. Why? Because we have a personal Coulomb barrier of our inner space, and it has an affinity for Earth space, not for Mars space, and actually not even Moon space. We kind of drove right by that, didn't we? So what we're saying here is that the Coulomb barrier for the Earth space is not the same as the Coulomb barrier for any other space. So if we have a preference and sentimentality, the nature of this barrier has to be conducive to our inner space. And so either we're going to have to look for a comparable personality of a Coulomb barrier, or we're going to have to adapt to a different barrier. we now have these choices, right? Because you see, we've never been in outer space. What we know is that we know that there's a sun space, and that sun space includes all the planets, and each planet has a space. And some planets have moons, and so these moons have their own space. But there is this space in between, we call it, an in-between space. And see, this is all part of matter state because we can see it. So whether we're within the Coulomb barrier of the Earth space or whether we're in the Coulomb barrier of the Sun space, the name may be the same, but what shall we call it? The constant, the energy constant is obviously not the same. Just like the atoms are not the same. Just like the elements are not the same. So when we look at our matter checklist and we say, okay, we have our Earth space, and that's part of space. And we have our inner space, that's our space within the Earth space. So the Earth space is not in outer space, and our inner space is not in outer space. And so the space between the Earth space and some other space is the in-between space, and neither one of them is part of the outer space. The only time that we can get into outer space is when we are in our dream space. So we believe. But now the dreams can come true. We are able to create, when we look at within our Coulomb barrier on this planet, we can create a Magravs condition which involves different energy states, right? Or the matter state, small m matter state, the GAN state, the plasma state, the dynamic plasma state. We have physicality and we have plasma reality. So the maintenance of all of these states is within a field. And it stays within that field. There's no bag. And we have more energy coming in. We have confirmation, gravitational confirmation, because here comes oxygen. And it has its own fingerprint. Oxygen is clear, but you know what? That fingerprint is in color. And that color is unique and it has different colors. That's why we know it's oxygen. And it too has the same gravitational affinity. So as we look at these colors and we see that they form this transmission spectrum, right? So we have this transition of visible transmission spectrums, right? The hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, all the periodic table of elements, a spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. And so what we see is the surface superficiality, which represents physicality. There's an internal substance, and that's part of the plasma substrate. And so that becomes the point of containment. The balance between the superficiality, which is magnetical, and the plasma substrate, which is gravitational, because the higher energy feeds the lower energy, and the physicality is at the lowest energy level. So the Magravs state of our physicality is at the lowest energy state. And so that's within the electromagnetic spectrum, which is in the visible color spectrum. And then on both sides, there's one step beyond. And so if we were to look at a typical spherical transportation unit, and if we did like the rotating hemispheres of the planet, if we decided to partition it and look inside, we can see different elements, and these elements are maintained based on their magnetical gravitational field forces. And so we understand that each element has to maintain its own barrier to maintain its own position. So that barrier is a Coulomb barrier, not the same as the Coulomb barrier of the planet. And as we said, it could represent rings. And at the core, we can see the Gans burst. But each ring represents a different density and thereby a different color. How do we go from one side to the other? Just like the DNA, just like the satellites, every orbit becomes more and more dense until you get to the core. And here we go. One step beyond. We have the Magravs state, which is atomic. And if we go one step beyond, well, that's the nanostate. And the difference is it's monatomic. So one step beyond, down, overlaps the Magravs state. And we understand this overlapping condition because the moon space overlaps the Earth space overlaps the sun space, and all of the planets overlap the in-between space. So we understand the overlapping space, but above the nanostate is another one step beyond the Gans state. But the Gans state is polyatomic. And so it too has an overlapping field state between the nanostate and the Gans state, but now we have a higher state. So all three of these states are in the small m matter state, but the Gans state has an affinity with the plasma state, and that is not atomic. That is in the field. And the plasma state is not the only field, but it can go one step beyond to another plasma state. And then another plasma state. We don't know how many plasma states. Well, we don't know how many Gans states either. We know that each element on the periodic table can be in a Gans state. And we also understand that the nanostate is a monatomic state. And then, of course, there's a Magravs state, which is an atomic state. And every element on the periodic table of elements has a Magravs state, except that there's something missing at the bottom. Right, the Coulomb barrier. Isn't that what keeps the Magravs state in the bag? So when we have, let's say, the Gans of gold, that is within its Magravs state. And we're in the post-Sanya conference state, where now we understand better the new atomic math, where the neutron mass equals the proton mass plus the electron mass. Okay, but we are fudging the mass of the PM ticks plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter, because all of these consist of the totality. And that totality is achieved through the energy level balance and positioning. And we see that we can do energy level balancing within the Coulomb barrier. But now we can break free from the Coulomb barrier by going from our gravitational Earth space to the gravitational some other space. So all we have to do is target our magnetical gravitational reality dimension, which is that focal point between the materialization and dematerialization. And that allows us to target our outer space. So we have to raise our antennas. Because the message is part of the feeding and the feedback manifestation. The two work together as a maggraph. So whatever transmission level we're on, we can change that by tuning the transition levels. And so now we understand that not only does the selection of one force, which is magnetical and is balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force, but we can transcend the transmission states. We can straddle them. And so the resulting selections feed the maggrav manifestation. Oh, we still have to maintain the maggrav positioning. So the selection manifestation is predetermined. And we can do that by choosing peace. And so we need to do this with the peace dome of intention. So the range transition on all the states affects the standard folding deviation, but it leaves no room for war, because otherwise the Coulomb barrier becomes our quarantine barrier. So the Z-axis transition balances to and from the peace dome, and that allows us to straddle the various fields and maintain this plasma balance. So we understand that knowledge and wisdom can give you deeper insight, and experience will change a man's perspective. It allows us to reflect on life, and misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. The historical reference becomes meaningless. The pH balance seeking becomes polar balance, and the plasma balance is uncut in any state. So the state dependency is uncut. The state transcendence is uncut, but the visible light is Coulomb bound. So when we're talking about the maggrav state, we can see there's many points on that perspective scale because we can see it. And, you know, when we open up the linear electric motors and we can see the relationship on the rotation of the motors as it might relate to a linear pH scale of motors. But we see that the rotating hemispheres of the Earth, we have a North Pole and we have a South Pole. And yet the curvature of the Earth reflects the linear pH gradient of both hemispheres. And then we see the gradient on our blue planet. This planet has too much bloodletting, and that's turning the planet red. And that's just a stoplight to prevent us from joining the universal community. So the pH of peace has many points on the dove. And that's what we need. So we are now graduated through the second transmutation test. There's two down, 2 to go. We need to practice to break through the Coulomb barrier as it's defined on Earth, and to understand how we can traverse the universe and transition. As this is the end of the Advanced Transition series, we are inviting research teams to join the first Keshe space plasma research, because we're in the post-March 15th, 2024 era of choices. We have a new selection process to go from that bountiful Earth space through the transmutation space of outer space to balance off that graceful space of our inner space. And that's the ticket. That's the ticket to the greater oneness, transcending the limitations of nuclear science. And we've been teaching that for 551 weeks in a row in the Knowledge Seekers workshops. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. The World Peace Treaty is a universal peace treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen, display it in your place. Be proud and be sincere. Sign it with your soul. So then we find out what causes the transition of the Z-axis dimension. And see, is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? Oh ho! Can man find heaven through the field transition? Can man go into outer space without a peace stone? No. We know that microbes cannot transition dimensions of history. So we need to show off the transition across barriers to the physical transmission dimensions. And the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace stone in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of the lesson, and it's the end of the Advanced Transition series. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Does this mean we graduated?
Stay tuned for the transmutation series.
Oh, there's another step to go, is there? Well, I
Well-
liked what you said, thank you, Alex, about doing it your way and understanding it your way. I know that's really a counter to what we see in the school systems in the university. You're going to teach it this way. They tell to the teachers, and the teachers tell the students, you're going to learn it this way. And many times when you take exception, you don't seem to get a very good grade. And so this is, I like what you said about understanding it your way, because we're all, in a way, we're the same, but we have different emotions and different energies and different backgrounds and ancestry and the rest, even though it is one soul. But this is, in a way, a freedom to allow people to understand it the way they want to understand it until they learn more. And we're all on that pathway. So thank you very much for sharing. Let's see if our participants have anything they'd like to say, or the attendees. Any questions you'd like to raise? I think we'll leave it to the participants. Did you sink all the ships, Alex, or what?
Oh, no. Everybody is traveling through their densities.
You know, talking about density, you showed the ice formation. And I know I've seen it, other people have demonstrated it in a way, but now I'm thinking if that was more or less bubbles that I was that got frozen. I know Mr. Keshe talked about be able to show the fields, but using a very quick freeze method down to like -50. I don't know if that was Celsius or Fahrenheit, but apparently you need a quick freeze to really show it. But we've seen it with Gianni and with many others. Again, this is a very interesting freezing the fields to observe them in a way, even though we cannot freeze the fields. Even at absolute zero, there's still things moving around as I understand it. But it is a beautiful demonstration and a beautiful teaching tool to show these fields going out and coming in.
Well, what we have to understand about this particular picture is that there actually is a Gans ball in the center of it. So the Gans ball is in matter state. Where we are now is we have advanced beyond the matter state. And so this particular picture of force fields in motion, frozen in time, if you will, or frozen in a picture, can be manifest plasmatically. Same picture. This is what's hard for people to understand.
And again, just in a very small space, there must be thousands or millions. I'm sure we don't even see all the fields that are interacting here. There's many, many more probably that we're not able to pick up on. So it's just a huge transfers of and giving and taking of energies happening all the time. This whole universe is alive, very conscious. Go ahead, please, Gail.
Yeah, I just have a question for Alex. I think the one that we see that Mr. Keshe shows has no GANs in the middle, but it has the fields or the soul of the GAN. Is that it? So this is different, this one?
This one actually has a Gans ball in the center.
Okay. Yeah,
So
it doesn't look as smooth as the one that Mr. Keshe showed.
So if we were, what's good about this Gans ball, of course, it's kind of representative of our Earth ball, because, you know, we have the core and the surface is hard, and then the fields are emanating from that surface, and we walk on that surface. So, but if you were to, say, draw a line around the Gans ball, and then draw a line around the perimeter of the plasma field, that is the Coulomb barrier. And so every position from the surface of the ball to the periphery is a spiral rotation increasing in density. In order for it to move from the core to the outer side, it has to reduce density. Or in order to go from the outside to the core, it has to increase density.
And I think when I look at this picture, it seems more apparent that the nanotubes are hollow, if I'm seeing it correctly.
Yes, they are hollow, definitely. Well, let's, what is the instructive point of the hollowness of the nanotubes? How do you create the nanotube? Not with rings, but with spiral growth.
That's almost like the way light in the universe works or travels.
Well, yes, it is. But what the Coulomb barrier has done, and understanding the Coulomb barrier, and I've been refraining from bringing that subject up, but I've kind of had a eureka moment, and this visible spectrum of light is a very narrow band in the transmission spectrum, very narrow. And so everything that we see between the ground and the sky is in the visible color spectrum. Everything. Right? From the blue water to the blue sky. And once we get beyond the magnetosphere, well, actually, once we get beyond a part of the magnetosphere where we can still orbit, we can see that the sky is dark. What happened to the color? There's no color. What happened to the blue sky? We thought the sky was blue. Well, the sky is blue up to the edge of the Coulomb barrier. Beyond the Coulomb barrier, the sky is of a different color. Well, no color.
Is that the case of it's absorbing all the colors, so then it looks black or not?
Oh, come on. You really had me excited here. Yes, you were correct. No, that's obviously the dark colors, the absorption of all the colors.
I'm still puzzled by the sun. I being told that the sun, let's forget about the earth and the friction interaction of their fields. The sun itself emits sunlight, like a lot of bright light.
The
Is that-
visible spectrum.
Yeah. Okay, so it is not light. It could even be dark.
It's not in the visible light spectrum.
Okay. So in my thinking, I'm very confused. I think the sun, in a way, might even be a very dark color, but the friction between the earth and the sun's fields, is what gives us the what do you want to call it? The light spectrum that we can see. Without actually saying it has to be at the left-hand side, it'll be one color, and then you come to the right and it's another color.
Look, the interaction between the sun and the earth creates the colors.
Yes.
And there's a difference in the colors. So we know
Yes.
it is more dense than the red.
Mm-hmm.
So the blue is gravitational, the red is magnetical.
Alex, is space always black?
Well, is space always black? Depends on where you are. If you're within a field, then you'll have to determine what the field strength is. But if you're in between fields, then as far as the solar system is concerned, all of the colors are gravitated towards the planets. So the in-between space is black, but you can see the planets. So the planets are interacting with the sun, and you can see those colors. So as you go outside of the magnetosphere, you see the true color of the space, but that space is the solar system space. So you can still see the color of the planets, you can still see the color of the sun, you can still see the stars. And that's because our magnetosphere is translucent, which means it's transparent to the light. So the light that we see is actually a reflection of the interaction of the Earth space. And once we get out of that, once we break through that Coulomb barrier where we are no longer within the Earth space reflection zone, we are now within the solar space, the sun space reflection zone.
And I know I was reading in book 1 about the dark energies, or the transitional matter, as we call it, or
Exactly.
matters. And this is one of the reasons that the universe is dark, on the darker side, because there's a balance. There's no light. There is small bits of light being created, but it's below our perception. So by all the fields being in balance, there's no scintillation, if we could call it that, to create that visible light. Everything is in balance.
I bow 10 times to your knowledge.
Say what?
I bow 10 times to your knowledge.
Oh, I thought I was doing good at 1/1,000,000th of 1%, but Mr. Keshe in the last teaching said we haven't even contemplated 1/10000000th of what these things mean.
I know you're so modest, but I mean, you just, you spoke the words.
It's from the book. I'm just basically paraphrasing what I read in the book, and not accurately, totally.
What you read. It's nice for you to paraphrase it, because it implies that you understand it. Otherwise, you wouldn't reference it at all. You have to give yourself credit. This is the thing that I keep harping on. You do have the knowledge. The knowledge is.
We all have the knowledge. It's just a matter of tapping in. We all have the knowledge.
Yes, and also having the confidence. Okay, so it's just that, if you look at this picture and you say, well, wait a second, so this is the universe? Well, what's beyond? And it looks kind of dark. Well, why is that dark? Because, like you said, we do not have the capability of seeing what is there.
Right.
We don't have the right equipment. So what we see is a reflection that actually is matching our equipment.
Right. This is what he's talked about, the night vision. Before that, everything looked basically black. And we've added in the night vision, and now all of a sudden, many, many more things appear in the night sky, or in the forest, or wherever you're perhaps looking. We didn't have that before, but now we do. And again, it's just something similar to what will happen to the telescopes and other viewing instruments, I think, of the universe. It's going to appear to be quite a crowded place, as he said.
Yeah, but this is why I get excited by what you're saying, is because now we're looking at the genuine practical applications of our knowledge.
So you're saying take a flashlight with you when you go? Just having fun, as you said.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Alex, question. Yeah, going back to the teaching last with Mr. Keshe, that apparent knowledge bank where we all can deposit knowledge, and if the field strength matches, somebody else can pick from it. Is it only good knowledge, or could anything bad be deposited? And then if it matches, somebody can replicate that.
Yes, it can be bad, and it's not part of the creation. It's part of the interpretation of the knowledge. And so that's the difference between the universal law and the man-made law. So, we are quarantined here because we're not obeying universal law, and we insist on imposing man-made law. So, we're dictating to the universe how it works. Well, in order to understand how the universe works, the dog wags the tail, not the tail wagging the dog. So the higher strength feeds the lower strength. So obviously the body of the dog is bigger than the tail. So, am I saying something that's ridiculously obvious? Well, yeah, we have to understand the relationship between the gravitational and magnetical field forces. The dog and the tail are part of the magnetical and gravitational interaction. So the whole body of the dog becomes a maggrav, and it includes the tail. So the question then becomes, is as we become more and more dense, we come to the core. And then what happens? If we all come to the core, what they say in the nuclear world, when you bring everything to the core simultaneously, there's a convergence of energy that is so large that it creates a nuclear explosion. So is that how the universe is created? Through an explosion? Is that how, what does Coulomb say? Oh, we have to bring things together and have things crash together so that they will bind. There are actually people who do this. Oh, no, that's not the one. Oh, find it. Oh, yeah, here we are. What does we say? We have these kinetic energies, right? Energy in motion, drive them close enough for the strong interaction to take place. Oh, you have two boxers in a ring. Okay, so the handlers have to get behind the boxers and kind of push them to the center of the ring so that a binding can happen, a strong interaction. That's a philosophy based on conflict. And this philosophy goes back to 1785.
So
Interesting.
Alex,
Oops, go ahead.
Yes.
does that mean that any of our nuclear explosion information is something that would be recorded as well? I somehow feel like certain things would be meaningless and wouldn't really be recorded as information to use. It
Well,
might be like a history book, but maybe not practical.
okay, so we know that Hiroshima was not the first nuclear bomb dropped on this planet,
Right.
right? We know that. We know when they excavated the 9 civilizations in Babylon at the bottom of the 9th. Okay, so that's 9 levels down. They discovered the same green crystals that they discovered at Alamogordo, New Mexico, when they did the nuclear testing, right? So we can see in New Mexico these crystals, but they're on the surface of the ground, and we know they were caused by the nuclear explosion. Well, how do these green crystals manifest, 9 civilizations down in Babylon? So that means if you understand why does the surface of the pyramids, why are they so ragged? They suffered a nuclear explosion. That's like it's obvious, if I buy a nice new car, and it has a nice shiny paint job, it's going to be, nice and shiny. And then if I come with all sorts of scratches and dents and stuff like that, I know there's been an accident. Okay, so a good detective can tell the difference, that the pyramids were not constructed with advanced technology with such high precision and come up with such a motley surface. You know, you say, well, I built this beautiful pyramid, and then I got a bunch of grade 3 students in to do the finish. You would expect the finish of the pyramids to have the same meticulous care as the foundation of the pyramids, would you not? So who has explained what causes that? So, you know, if you look at the Lost Book of Enki, you see that there was an explosion. So what does that mean? What does that mean about Hiroshima? Directly to your question, Gail, it's not the first nuclear explosion. It's the first nuclear explosion by earthbound humanity. And the universal community heard this loud and clear. You know what that means? That means the kids are playing with matches. You can't let them burn the house down, can you?
Are you saying that the 9th level down was not done by Earthlings, shall we say?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, no, that's fine. I got it. I mean, it could have been beings who had the wrong thinking, let's say, who got out after their deaths and spread it all around. We don't know.
Yeah, but you know, when did that happen?
We don't know. It could be way back.
Well, what don't we know? Well, what don't we don't know? You know, if you look at the some calendars, they go back what roughly 5,500 years. Okay, so history went back 5,500 years, and then what? Oh yes, that and then we fell off the edge of the flat Earth. Well, so you know, I ask this, how did we get on the flat Earth? If we can fall off the flat Earth, how do we climb back onto it? And then history begins at that particular point. Like really? Well, what was
Exactly.
you know? I mean, history is his story, and his story is the story of the victor. That's what it is.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Alex,
yes, John.
yeah, don't forget the Mayan calendar. It has 26,000.
Well, I was looking at my watch, John, and you know, I passed Aquarius. I think it's getting late. Who keeps
Well,
track? Who keeps track of 2,600 years? Who is that?
our Adam,
26,000 years, the Mayans.
Yeah, well, who keeps track of that? Like, forget it. It's over 100. Who keeps track of that? You know, I'm trying to keep track of this meeting. I had to be here, you know, at a certain time, you know, and you know, when I say what time is it, I don't talk about years. I talk about hours and minutes.
Yep.
And if I'm racing a car, I'm talking about seconds and split seconds.
and with the new method of dating things, I think makes us realize that the dating that has gone on is very small compared to what actually is. We have Adam's calendar in Limpopo province here, and apparently it's around 70,000 years old. But now with the new dating, I'm wondering if it isn't a whole lot more. We'll see.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've been hearing a little. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
No, no, I was listening to some of the teachings of the Hermetica, which is from Hermes. Again, another mythical, supposedly mythical character, the son
the
of Thoth.
architect of the pyramids. Yeah, okay, carry
Yeah,
on.
the son of Thoth, and that was another one, the man with the ibis head in the body of the man, a water bird called an ibis. And apparently he was the, in a way, shared wisdom with a lot. But getting back to this hermetical things, it's interesting that the science thousands and thousands of years ago for most people was alchemy, astrology, and
Yeah.
magic. And aren't we almost coming full circle? Of course, Mr. Keshe says he doesn't do magic. His knowledge is his magic. And if you understand it, you become magician too. Of course, astrology was where they thought the stars or different planets were angels and they moved into different positions and created different energies. And isn't this the alchemy we're also doing, the transmutation of elements in a way? Changing the CO2 from a gas into a solid, isn't that in a way, a transmutation? Making again, a nano of itself and appearing as a solid in the matter state. So it seems to me we're going in a way full circle back to these basic alchemy, working of the universe, and what we would call, or they called back then, magic, because they didn't understand it. This is what they said about Mr. Keshe: you do magic. He says, no, I don't do magic.
But Mark,
And the knowledge.
as an architect, you always, for an important edifice, you incorporate a cornerstone, right? So the cornerstone of the pyramids is a lion. When you look at the cornerstones in other historical context, you see the bull, you see the ram, and you see the fish and the water bearer. These are the cornerstones now. So part of that 26,000 year cycle that John was talking about is represented by the cornerstones of the zodiac. So that's the telltale sign. So you don't need to do carbon dating. What you need to do is to do rotation progression through the universe, which we've done with the computers. And so we know chronologically exactly when the pyramids were built. And they were built in the zodiac sign of Leo.
I think there's a lot of books to open up. You know, we don't use many formulas, Alex, but we use the one, I think it's in book 1, about gravitational minus the magnetical fields equals the structure. I've always had this question, is it better to give first and then receive, or is it better to receive and then give? Because if you minus the magnetical fields, if you want to maintain your structure, wouldn't you, just the way the neutron works, does it split before it takes the energy it needs to split? Does it give before it takes?
Of course it has to, the neutron has to take before it gives.
And this is what he said about the Alex beads as well. It has to take before it gives. Otherwise, you've changed the structure.
Yeah, but now you've got a maggrav. And in order to maintain that maggrav position, you have to give. So you have to give before you receive. Just think about it. If you're buying new furniture for your house, if you don't give away the old furniture, you won't have room for the new furniture. A very crude example, very appropriate.
Okay, but what I'm saying, if you want to maintain a structure, you have to take and then give what you don't need. This is the way I'm looking at it now. I'm not saying I'm correct, but just as the way I'm looking at it.
Well, you're trying to work it out logically. So, let's carry on with that. But between the surface of the planet and between the magnetosphere, we operate as humanity. And each of us is different. So if you take away, what did you say? Subtract the magnetical from the gravitational, you end up with the structure?
Correct.
Okay, so humanity is the structure. And so humanity operates within the Coulomb barrier of the Earth space. And the Coulomb barrier has different densities. Each density has its own strength. So all of the densities between the core of the Earth and the magnetosphere are part of this Coulomb barrier. So you can navigate within this Coulomb barrier to whichever density you want. So you can go by boat, you can go on foot, you can go under the ground, you can go in a plane, all different densities, and you can do that within the Coulomb barrier. And you will stay within the field known as Earth space.
Right, but let's say your structure is 100 and you want to maintain that 100. Wouldn't you, in other words, if you give, now you've collapsed that structure or started to weaken that structure. So I would think you need to take, and now you have 103. So now you'll give the 3 because you don't need it. And you're still maintaining your structure.
If you want to maintain your structure at 100, you can't go above 100. You have to make room. So you have to give and then take, and it happens at the same time. So the giving is magnetical, the taking is gravitational, and there's your balance. So the giving and taking is in balance. The Maggrav condition of your structure is in balance.
But you're saying the neutron doesn't behave that way. It has to take first.
Because the neutron comes together from the principal matter. One of the very first videos in the new channel.
Unless they are women take first.
Because they have the child, according to humanity. But then the neutron will, I call it destruct, when the magnetosphere of the neutron can no longer hold all the new energies that it has absorbed.
Mm-hmm. And then it gives, it splits. Wouldn't the process be the same throughout the universe?
Well, I think Alex is trying to tell us something here because the Earth, well, I mean, we're gaining more and more humanity. But in a way, we have expanded. We didn't explode.
Right. And we didn't destruct. So the giving of the neutron, which was so the nuclear decay, the plasma dilution, if you will, the creation of the PM tick and the electron-proton combination does not lead to the demise of the neutron. It allows the exchange of energy. So the range that the neutron can expand or collapse to, which is to adjust its density, is within the Coulomb barrier of the Maggrav field of the neutron. And I'm only saying Coulomb barrier as a reference, not a Coulomb barrier as a specific number, as an electron volt or something like that. That's not the reference. What I'm referencing to is that there is a field that is holding the neutron together. And it can expand and contract within that field. Just like, you can expand and contract. I mean, as you breathe, don't you expand your chest? And as you exhale, you contract your chest. Okay. So you are doing that within the confinement of the Earth space. So you have that capability of expanding and contracting. And so you're giving and taking energy, but you're not going through a demise and you're not going through a rebirth. You're going through a ongoing energy transaction. So energy is always in motion. So you have to keep it in motion because you can't stop it. It keeps coming and coming and coming, so that this field is going to grow. And then it's going to come to the point beyond its Magrav balance position. So it's going to have to give so that they can carry on.
Right. Do you have that picture of the universe dividing into the smaller universe and the larger universe? Would you think that universe didn't take energy and then divide, or did it divide first and then took the energy later? You know the picture you show from the book?
Oh, yes. Now I know what you're
Let's just
talking about.
take a quick look at that.
Coming from the principal fields.
Okay. So here we have origin of the universe. We have a universe, and then it would seem to me it's taken in enough energy that it can now give, and it creates the smaller and a bigger universe out of itself. I wouldn't think it could do that unless it took the energy within its structure first to be able to split, very similar to what we see with the neutron, splitting into electron and proton. And a lot of PM-tics as well and other things. But it would seem it has to take before it gives. If it didn't, it would collapse its structure. Just a curious point for me.
Yeah, but to Gail's point, does it necessitate the demise of the neutron?
Of course not, no.
So when you look at the GANs, and you know that the GANs has an affinity to give and take, and that the GANs is enduring. So if it's giving energy, how come it doesn't go through this demise that you're looking at on this picture? Because it's taking at the same time. So the GANs acts as a catalyst. So this origin of the universe is the same thing. What is, if the creation of the sister universe and the creation of man's universe came from an origin, and that origin went into a demise, then there's no sustainability for man's universe and the sister universe. There's nothing to sustain it, because that which gave it life has been extinguished.
Right, back to my example, I'm at 100, I want to maintain the 100 structure, but I want to give 1,000,000. Wouldn't I have to take 1,000,000 in order to give the 1,000,000 and still maintain my structure?
You have
It's just a point to discuss.
no, not just a point, it is the point. So
But Mark, you can't take excess. You take what you need. So your capacity cannot go beyond what you are capable. That's the plasma law.
Beautiful. That was well said. But to your point, Mark, so you're 100. Okay, so now you want to give 1,000,000. Well, why don't you just share that with everybody else and bring a dynamic plasma reactor together? So instead of saying, oh, I'm just going to bring that one guy in and I'm going to do all the jobs, why don't you say, why don't we all work together and make it happen? So this is why we need more people on this planet, right?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have to be 1,000,000. I could do it 1,000 times with 1,000, couldn't I?
Or how about this? How about a plasma reactor, a star formation? So if each one is one, so Mark, you could be in any position on these four here, right? And then collectively, these four create a dynamic plasma in the core, which is gravitational now, right? So you have 5 points. Now, if you were to take 4 of these and put them in a star formation, you've just increased by order of magnitude the dynamic plasma state, haven't you?
I don't know if I've ever done it before, but it would seem, yes, this is what we're going to play at the end, the free plasma key to the universe.
If you're pulling on a rope and you're having resistance and you ask your buddy to help you, now there's the two of you pulling on the rope and you still can't do it, well, maybe you need another 2 buddies. So the 4 of you pull and guess what? Things start moving. So that's why 1 and 1 is more than 2, right? Because every time you added 1, nothing changed until you got to the 4th buddy there. And then the 4th buddy, and all of a sudden things changed. Well, that change is dynamic. That change is a manifestation of growth.
Sounds good to me.
What was that? A grunt from Gail?
No, not from me. I think maybe Ike, I'm not sure. Maybe laughing, but the only thing that keeps coming to my mind is the magnetosphere is kind of key. And that's why I was saying it sounds like we are able to increase our magnetosphere without bursting out. And somehow there's some balance, but I'm not sure how that works. And then the other thing is, if you look at that picture you showed where the sister universe and man's universe, in between, it looks like a free plasma as well. And I thought that was very, very interesting.
Yeah, but the difference is that particular picture shows the demise of that energy. If you were to take this plasma reactor and put it on that picture, then you would still create the man's universe, which is a representation of an electron, and the sister universe, which is a representation of a proton, because you have to have one and the other. You have both.
Yes.
But if you put this dynamic plasma reactor in that center position, then you would have a continuous feeding.
Okay. But I still run into the issue of, at some point, if the magnetosphere of the whichever being we're talking about does become stressed to the point where it will give off the PMTix and all the other, and the proton and the electron. So how, I mean, our Earth obviously has been very good at holding our state. And at some point, I mean, either we get drawn into the sun or we would explode into the proton neutron state, another sister universe and another man's universe.
Well, how does a pregnancy work? Does the woman give birth at month 1, month 2, month 3, or does it continue to take energies and feed the fetus even more in the final months or the final 30 days? continues taking energies, and then you have the birth of the new child. But if it did it before then, it would be premature. It wouldn't be complete. So the mother has to keep taking energies until that structure is ready to come out, or like a division, if you want to call it that. Just an example for me about the taking and the giving. I think the women here would be more capable of answering that because they've probably gone through that process.
Yeah, but that's an excellent example, isn't it? So the conformity of the body has to adjust physically to accommodate the child.
Same with the neutron. It gets pregnant. I mean, it's taking in more energy to be able to do the division, the splitting.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Well, that's amazing.
Now, another thought I had was Mr. Keshe taking us into the universe in the dimension of energy, and therefore we wouldn't have a mouth to eat any other creatures, and or arms to kill any other creatures. We're in this dimension of energy. But then I was thinking what you said, Alex, about how this loosed harvesting, I think we could still offend in the dimension of energy, because you can take another entity's energies and deplete that other entity just through the energy transfer by taking more than you need. So I know we're going to go in the physicality as well, but this whole idea of the loose harvesting, even in the dimension, which we do here in the dimension of energy, I don't think it has physicality. Does loose harvesting have physicality, Alex? Or is it all on the energy dimension?
Well, the loose harvesting is on the energy dimension. I mean, that's what it's all about. But there is a physical manifestation of the consequences. It's just that on this planet we have a delay in consequences. But you know, to your question with respect to being able to go beyond the Earth space and go into the universal community and carry on with this delinquency. No, we cannot do that because we will not go through the Coulomb barrier to go into outer space with that kind of conduct. Not possible. It is not possible.
Right.
But Alex, didn't Mr. Keshe say we had to be careful because some entities are very, very strong, and we have to know not to engage?
Correct.
How do we know?
How do we know?
Before it's too late.
Well, it's the same way to know that, you know, in order to understand if someone is lying, you don't listen to the words, you listen to their intention. This was a dramatic problem for me because then, you know, once I figured out that how to discern that they were lying to me, then the onus was on me to pretend that I believed them. So why am I having to accommodate for their delinquency? Well, because if I call them out and say, oh, you know, you're a liar, well, that's going to be a point of conflict right there, right? And so it's not my intention to have a conflict. And so if you want to avoid conflict, then you have to have proper conduct. So just because you're lying and you think you're getting away with it, well, no, you're not, because in terms of energy flow, energy is flowing through all the dimensions, the visible and the non-visible. And there's a balance of magnetic gravitational field forces to accommodate that. So just because you're looking at the physical nature of it, it doesn't mean that there's no plasmatic substrate, and you have to take that into account, and liars ignore that.
Unless you have to accommodate, because plasma accommodates. So there's no need to question it. If they are lying, their lie could be their truth. So as they move, plasma adjusts. So you unconsciously adjusting is not a question about why are you adjusting for their own deficiencies, because from your perspective, it's a lie, but from their perspective, it could be their truth.
Yeah, but I'm not going to give energy to their lie. So this is why there's no conflict in the universe. So if you want to go into outer space and you want to go to your new space, some space, there will be no collisions, because that's how the universe works. Within the nearness and proximity of the Earth space, we still have these issues. But now, if we can, because as you can see, we can take a rocket from Earth space and go into the in-between space, right? But that transition from the Earth space to the in-between space is still in the physical space. It's not in outer space. Outer space is the way we were born. Outer space is the way creation happens. So, the Earth space wasn't created by us. The Earth space was created before us. And so when we had the Magrav field within us, and we had an affinity with the Magrav field of the Earth, that's how we were born. Without that affinity, we'd have gone to Mars or Jupiter.
Right. I have another question, Alice. During the teaching, Mr. Keshe mentioned that you could, the only way to get in the spacecraft, you have to transmute. So
right.
Apparently, it's not a physical, tangible spacecraft. Now, do we consider that as energy dimension? So in the law of plasma, there's still different structures. There's a physicality, there's transition, and there's energy. And each of these dimensions, they still have the same three. So if the craft is not tangible, how is it supposed to be a craft that has a containment, which is not physical?
Well, when you go to sleep and your soul goes traveling, so it doesn't, maybe we think, well, when we start opening our mouth, the soul will escape through our mouth. When the soul comes back in the morning, it picks up its position within our our brain. There's no door, there's no hole, there's no hanger, so it's exactly like what you've described. So we do this every day. So in other words, our soul is traveling in outer space every day. But we only recognize it when it's doing that in our dream space, which is what we do, when we go to sleep. So now we understand that we can do this around the clock, daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter. And we have always had this ability, but we have forgotten. We have reinforcement that says that we can't do it. And so with the new plasma science, it is now supplementing that reinforcement to show that we can do it. And we know we have the proof of concept because now we can create gold in them Tar Hills.
So Alex, that means that we're able to envelop our physicality then with our soul,
Exactly.
and then we can enter. Okay. Transmute.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen, Alex. Anyone else want to say anything else or share anything else?
May
Or
I
ask
just
another question, please? Go ahead.
may I just reinforce one thing that Gail just said? Okay, so our position is a MagRav position. And if we want to transmute, we have to seek another MagRav position. That's what it takes to go through the Coulomb barrier. Until we have that, until we can do that in the plasmatic state, the way Gail described, then we are within this field. So if we want to go to another field, we have to have an affinity for that other field so that there are no accidents. Thanks very much, everybody, for allowing me to produce this transition series. Has been very exciting for me, and I really am grateful that I've been able to continue with this. So thanks very much, Mark. I'm going to pass it to you.
Okay, anyone else have something to share? Let's just take this here.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes, thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Alex.
Pleasure.
I can say this is better than going to church.
Yes, I think if you believed in any of this stuff, if it was 1,000 years ago, I think you know what's going to happen to you. And of course, this is what they did to the Gnostics and the others, and many people who had certain knowledges that they didn't want out in the market, or people even contemplating that. But
Right.
eventually it will come around, as he said. It's just a matter of time. Their cycle is 1 billion years, ours is 100. So it's already been established and written, and the wishes have been made, and so we'll see. Of course, again, this is to all of you. May you be proud of the work you do, and may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. And I think helping with the new YouTube channel will help reinforce your work. And of course, you'll gain quite a bit of knowledge. Then applying the ethos of Mitra with the 3 wise men, the thinking, speaking, and doing good, creates a huge shielding for you, and I think quite a lot of help. And also, I believe you're giving by not taking from a person and thinking good about them or elevating them. This is a very positive move, and positive for you as well. As you nourish the others, you become nourished. So whether it's thinking, whether it's speaking, or whether it's acting, it all applies in the same way. So this is another revelation by Mr. Keshe, which he told us in the beginning. All the Christians missed these gifts of the 3 wise men. It wasn't the incense or the myrrh or gold or anything else. It was the thinking, speaking, and acting. This is the ethos of Mitra, and now we can create the child of Mitra, as he indicated, and we can learn from that child. So it's up to each of you to, in a way, contemplate this and start on that path of creating children in the dimension of energy rather than in the dimension of physicality. And you can love it just as equally and even learn from it and probably elevate to that position. It's amazing that you can create something out of yourself better than yourself. So this is just an amazing understanding. Because the child of Mitra won't kill, won't harm, and all the rest. And as Ike said, it'll be loved by every creature. So we continue as our collective work, and thank you for carrying all of you for carrying a small corner of this very large carpet. I'm going to play the free plasma, which is another offering on the plasma storyline on the new YouTube channel. And Lisbeth is just joining us. We're just about to close, but let's give Lisbeth an opportunity to deliver a message or to say something to us, if you'd like to. Lizzie? I know you've just come in and you may not be prepared, so we won't put you on the spot.
Hello. No, I'm sorry. Only at that moment come, so I don't know,
Yes,
maybe it's time for finish. I don't know.
yes, we're just closing. And of course, your
Okay.
message would be to join the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay, only invite all people appear in One Nation, One Planet, One Race, and weekly and daily, I'm sorry, 21 hours daily. Please unify your soul with us for you all you wish about the peace, because we are the soul of the peace. But I intend talk with anybody. Please, you remember that every 3 hours you do that. You unify your soul with the distance and elevate their souls. Because when you build the peace, all the people is possible build the peace. Thank you so much. We are
Beautiful.
the soul of the peace. Thank you.
Thank you for dropping in. Nice to have all of us here. And I'm sure we're going to get closer and understand each other better and expand the community. This is just a natural progression. No matter what anyone's saying, it's already been written and it's being delivered. So little glitch here and there, but these things will be corrected and ironed out, and what has been promised will manifest itself. Thank you all again for being part of this process. As he said, we're all holding that very small piece of a very large carpet. So we are the Keshe Foundation. It's just not one anymore. And we thank Mr. Keshe and all those supporting and doing the work in the background, from the team to the assistants to everyone else playing their small part in this very large presentation. And so you see, changing the way of the planet operates is not an easy task, although Mr. Keshe said he could do it with the flick of a finger, but because he's not from here, we have to do it. It's our responsibility. And if we don't do it as humanity, as indicated, we will never keep it in one generation or two. Even with advanced technology, we'll go right back to the same behavior that we've seen over the last thousands of years. So we need the elevation of the soul to really, and I believe they'll again destroy this idea of killing and destroy the idea of wars. We won't even have a memory of it as we go out into the universe. This is my understanding at this point. Which again,
Yes.
how could you take this out of the man? But it can be possible. Yes. Yes, Elizabeth.
Yes. I'm sorry, I cannot next. Please, anybody, it's possible, give not important little or big support, financial support to the foundation, because all the time is many expensive for all increasing that technology. Thank you.
Yes, it is sad in a way to see. I remember Mr. Keshe saying 1 month they got a donation of €6. And here you have the top scientist that's ever been on this planet. Not only is he showing such advanced technologies, but he also has to, in a way, ask for funds. Although in other places he said, we don't ask for funds, we just ask you to share the knowledge. If you don't have the funds, that's fine. Continue to share the knowledge. And as he said, we can't take money from government. So we have a number of limiting factors or people who want favors from the foundation. I know Mr. Keshe has turned down massive mansions and land and so many other things from people who, in a way, were trying to get a corner into the foundation or gain favor with Mr. Keshe, but he said no. even one that wanted to buy one of these Ubisos for $10 million, one of the princes or something, Mr. Keshe said nope. Because they didn't have the ethos, as I understand it. And this would lead to, in a way, some sort of abuse. So thank you all. Thank you, Elizabeth, for reminding us about this unification. I think this is probably some of the most important work we can do right now. And of course, it's a process that we're going to take into the universe with us, whether you're in the matter state in the UFO or in the energy dimension. So giving and receiving and or receiving and giving, depending on what you need at that point in time. So we're all learning. Again, we haven't really fully understood. Mr. Keshe does remind us of this often. Even the team hasn't fully understood, but we're working in this direction. We're all going to eventually get there. Again, whether it's this generation or the next, we're building the bridge. We're constructing the bridge for the others to pass through. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. As I said, I'm going to play the free plasma, Key to the Universe plasma storyline from the new YouTube channel. Continue to elevate the Brazilian team. And if you have any suggestions, please write to them in some of the chats or contact Raphael directly. But especially they're looking for the subtitling of people who are willing to put themselves and sacrifice a little bit to make the knowledge clearer to others in other languages besides English. Let's see, I see there's a few notes here. Okay. Thank you. 3 new messages. Thank you all. Elizabeth, thank you, Alex. And thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night from Manfred. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to play this storyline, final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else want to add anything that they've been biting their tongue to say? Or the soul is prompting you to say something? Feel free.
Yes, say thank you so much, because many people around the world, and of course the universal community, is at the back a permanent effort for give to the humanity and all souls in this planet for elevation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, I'm going to play this and then the final disclaimer. Meeting will end. Thank you all again for joining us. Continue to learn the knowledge, visit the channel, subscribe and the rest, and offer your help that we can bring it maybe faster to its completion. But I know there'll be a lot to be worked on and a lot to be uploaded. But this is another gift to humanity from the Keshe Foundation. Thank you all.
Free plasma, key to the universe. The principal fields. Create plasma. Plasma can become a self-sustaining star, or a proton or electron. Introduction of a second field. Field forces find their magnetic gravitational positioning. Two fields with a gap creates free plasma between. 3 plasmas form a free plasma at the common center. A 4th plasma allows the starship configuration with a free plasma core. An environment of tightly arranged plasmas appears as a solid structure. The nanomaterial process allows gaps in the structure for plasma flow. The gap inside the nanolayers creates free plasma in between.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.